Now, good evening, everyone. Welcome to DXC Arena for the first CDU top-end T20 match between the NT Strike and the Cricket Australia 11. Before we go any further, I'd like to acknowledge the Larrakia people, the traditional owners of the land which we are on, and pay my respects to elders past, present and emerging. I would also like to extend that respect to any Aboriginal and Torres Strait Islander people watching this broadcast. It is a privilege to play the game we love on Larrakia land. Miles, welcome to the coverage.
Well, a pleasure to be here, Geordie. An exciting series of matches we've got ahead of us and a brilliant one tonight. We know that, of course, the Northern Territory, they've won the toss. They'll be batting first up. It's looking like a beautiful deck out there here at DXC Arena. Lights are turned on and the sun's still out for probably the next 40 minutes or so. And then it'll be setting and it'll be game on not too long from now at all. We've obviously had the Strike League wrap up before the CDU T20 series kicking off tonight. We've also got Papua New Guinea, the Melbourne Stars, and of course the Melbourne Renegades Academy featuring in this tournament throughout. It's a really quite an interesting association of teams, and of course I think one thing I'm really looking forward to tonight is the return of Darcy Short in Territory colours. I think it's the first time in about a decade he's represented a Territory side, so certainly something to look out for there, and it'll be a very interesting one. We've got it at the moment that he'll be opening the batting alongside Dylan Brasher, and then of course the man in at first drop, Ash Singer, he can't put a foot wrong at the moment. Scored 5 centuries on the dot in grade cricket.
5 tons in a row, amazing from Ash. It'd be remiss of us not to mention the Strike League final on Sunday night, the Northern Tide winning by 1 run, an incredible finish to a great tournament. So we'll see a few players that featured in that match tonight, and looking forward to the action just about to get started.
Yeah, and it's not failed to throw up. It's this pitch here at DXC Arena hasn't failed to throw up a couple of cracking matches. We saw one game go right down to the last ball where Desert Blaze just snagged it in some rather bizarre circumstances over City Cyclones. But we also saw a super over between the Southern Storm and City Cyclones earlier in the competition. I dare say it's one of these wickets where I'd say about that 170, 180 mark, you're looking at a pretty competitive score. Even 150 is definitely defendable, but I think if a side can get beyond 170, 180, they're setting themselves up very well for a comfortable defence. However, in T20 cricket, you just never know. And that's the beauty of it. It's going to be coming at us thick and fast here, not too far away from play. Kicking off. Feels like a bit of a left of field way to start the commencement of...
We just saw the across DXC Arena. Beautiful night here in Darwin. Very, very light breeze. Probably about 26 degrees, you reckon, Miles? Just a magnificent night. So no excuses for the players tonight.
Oh, certainly not, and not too humid either. We'd had a tropical low pass through, just at 60% at the moment. It's the dry season, and it's the feels like is at 31, as you say, an 11-kilometre breeze as well, and plenty of visibility. So it'll be interesting to see how dewy it gets later on in the evening, and if that the ball skidding on off the wicket has much of an impact. As the umpires stroll out, we've got Nathan Johnson and Rob Stewart, and Vicky Gross and Catherine White will be doing the scoring, but it'll be Nathan Johnson and Rob Stewart umpiring in the middle tonight.
A good chance to thank all of our match officials during the Cricket 365 program. It can be a thankless job, but thank you to all umpires in the junior, women's, men's strike leagues, obviously the top end T20s, and obviously all our scorers as well. They do a great job, so thank you very much.
And the sun will be set in about 6:41 tonight, so about 40 minutes of play. So I can imagine the power play and a couple of extra overs thereafter will be under the sunlight this evening. We've already got our lights kicking off, so they'll certainly play a bigger role later in the evening. The CA11 just congregating on the boundary as NT prepare to come out. Final words being spoken. It's Jason Sanger who's captaining the Cricket Australia 11, while Matt Hammond, he'll be leading the side of Northern Territory Cricket.
Here we go. You can see the CA11, as you said, Miles, led out by Jason Sanger, coming out onto DXC Arena. Just back to the umpires, we're very fortunate to have Nathan Johnston up here. He's a Cricket Australia National Panel umpire, so we're very fortunate. Thank you, Nathan, for making the trip up from Perth.
Absolutely, the best of the best indeed. Now, I'm really excited for some of the batting talent we have throughout this match. But of course, as I mentioned earlier, the Territorian Catherine-born Darcy Short returning to wear Territory colours here. And he had an excellent run in BBL 11, the most recent National Big Bash League competition to run, as I think he's the 5th or 6th highest run score, and had an excellent finishing up.
There's power wherever you look tonight. Both teams, we're going to see some great T20 cricket.
We sure are. And is that going to be?
Looks like it's Corey Rocacholi from the Darwin International Airport end.
Now that's opening up with spin. What do you make of that off the get-go? An interesting way to start up.
Well, it's funny you say that. Corey had joined us on commentary the Strike League final on Sunday night, and I reckon he might be looking just to maybe sneak an over in here very quickly. So I reckon he's looking at less than 5 or 6 runs of his first over, just sneak one in while the batters are fresh, the NT batters are fresh. So
indeed, and it'll be Darcy Short taking strike as well to open us up here.
Very tactical thinker of the game, Corey. So he'll take his time here to set his field. He's got a deep square leg and a deep point to Darcy, who's going to face the first ball.
Let's see how the left-hander opens his account. Yeah, in T20 cricket, he's averaging at 34.95, so a fair old clip.
Here we go. We're all set for the first ball of the CDU top end T20s. Drops a bit short. They're going to run 3 for 1. First run on the board for the NT strike and Darcy Short. Looks like they're going to keep a similar field for Dylan Brasher, the man from Darwin Cricket Club. Keeping a deep point and a deep square. As Brasher takes centre.
And a bit of movement as well. He's getting up and about, getting through his warm-ups.
Rocacholi to Brasher. Dot ball.
Fishing at that one, wasn't he, Geordie?
Yeah, we're going to be a bit upset he missed out on that one.
Slip in place. Captain Jason Sanger.
Rocacholi to Brasher. Cutting away. He's got that deep point out there. Will just be a single. Just a few nerves, sensing a few nerves out there early on. Just
looking not to lose that wicket. It's the worst way to start off an innings, isn't it?
Rocacholi to Short. 4th ball, the over. Short's also cutting away. Got some protection out there at point. Just a good, again, a very tactical thinker of the game, Corey. He'll take his time to set his fields and get that right.
And drop the slip out. Got a man at backward point.
Rocacholi. Ooh. Umpire Nathan Johnson's called a wide there. Corey won't be happy with that. None for 4. 2 balls remaining in the first over. Rocacholi to Brasher. He's on the front foot. Dot ball. How good does the uniforms look out there? Miles, the canary yellow and the NT strike.
Certainly, it's as you say, it's very much canary yellow, isn't it?
Last ball, the over. Rocacholi to Brasher. Cutting away again, that protection out there at point. First over done. NT none for 5. How do you make that first over, Miles?
Yeah, decent opening. I think Rocacholi didn't really put a foot wrong bar the wide, so he had a loose one about the 4th delivery of the over. But beyond that, managing to keep it under a run of ball is always a win for any side in those opening overs of the power play. Obviously, you can only have 2 fielders outside the ring. So he had that deep square leg and point protection.
Looks like we're going to have Brad Hope from the Abala Road end, opening the bowling for the Cricket Australia 11 from the Abala Road end. He's been up here playing for the Southern Storm in the CDU Men's Strike League. Originally from WA and now plying his trade at Tasmania.
He certainly is. He's taken 10 wickets at 25 across the Strike League. Now, the interesting thing about the Strike League is sometimes the numbers can be a little bit deceptive because you're bowling in both one-day and T20 cricket, so they don't necessarily give you the full picture.
As Hope comes into Brasher. Run out chance. Dot ball. Got a deep square and a third man. Similar field to Corey Roccaccioli.
A slight misfield there. Certainly the run was on, but just looked like the two, both Brasher and Short, weren't looking at each other. And there was a call and then a false call, and anyway, they get away with it. I dare say Short would have got back safe, but with a direct hit, you never know.
Let's hope runs away from us. Into Dylan Brasher. Just slides down the leg. Let's come off the pad. I reckon that might run away for 4. That has run away for 4. Leg buys. Umpire Rob Stewart calls 4 leg buys. And that's the first boundary of the day.
Well, they all count. Even if the batsman might want them off their own bat. But I dare say that Dylan Brasher would have been very lucky to be awarded that. That was very clearly pad. Bit of a jittery start, though, we'd noted from the first over. And then into that false call on the early run. Opportunity on the first ball of the over. Then to get those 4 leg buys might just steady them a little.
Yeah, I think it's going to be interesting. A lot of these players, they obviously know of each other, but have only met over the past couple of days. So it takes time for teams to gel, and a simple thing like running between the wickets when you don't know your partner all that well, that'll all take time and play it over the next couple of days. So Hope into Brasher. Cutting away. Nice shot. It's going to be fielded by third man. Thought about the second, just the one. This will bring Darcy Short on strike.
I think it was Mitch Owen down there at third man. He whipped that in well. He moved across quickly too. Handy bit of fielding. That'll make Jason Sanger a very happy man. T20, it's all about intensity. Every little moment, just not doing all the little things right.
Darcy's going to face his first ball from Brad Hope. Taking his time. Here we go. Again, just sliding down leg. Dot ball. It's great to have Darcy's mum and dad in town as well. Up from Kununurra. They weren't going to miss the chance to watch their son play.
It's a closer drive than a lot of games. If you're going to watch them in Hobart, in fact, you wouldn't be able to drive from Kununurra to Hobart.
Absolutely.
So, unless you could park your car on the ferry, but that's even more time spent to watch 3 hours of cricket.
Welcome to the Short family. It's great to have you here. 5th ball of the over. Hope into Darcy. Straight ball played down to Sanger, the captain. Slight bobble, but all's well that ends well. Dot ball.
As it stands at the moment, obviously a batting order can change depending on the temperature of the innings, but we've got Ash Chandrasinghe coming in at first drop, Alex Bleakley in at 4, Tom Andrews at 5 and Corey Kelly at 6. So they're the next 4 in, should any wickets fall over the next coming overs.
Hope we want to finish well here. Last ball of the over into Short. Dot ball, nice finish from Hope. It's only one official run off his over. Obviously, we had the 4 leg buys, but none for 1 of Hope's first over and NT strike, and none for 10 after 2.
And Roccaccioli, he was on fielding off the end there. He's almost like a coiled spring sometimes.
He's an intense man, Miles. Loves his cricket, Corey. Looks like he's not going to bowl the next over. We're going to have a change from the Darwin International Airport end. I think it's the man you spoke of who fielded very well down at third man. I think it's going to be Mitch Owen from the Darwin International Airport end, another Tasmanian. He also plays for the Southern Storm in the CDU Men's Strike League. Sounds like a broken record, but he also lost by 1 run against the Northern Tide, so he'll be out for redemption tonight.
Absolutely, and the Southern Storm dominated that competition.
He's going to be bowling at Brasher, slashing away. That's through the field. It's a quick outfield here at DXC Arena. It's going to be 4 runs. First boundary off the bat to Dylan Brasher. NT strike, none for 14 after 2.1.
And there go the fireworks, eh? How's that? Welcome to the top-end T20 series. That's exciting, isn't it? You love to see a bit of action, a bit of pomp and ceremony. Good, strong opening there from Brasher. Just puts his side on the front foot, starting with a boundary.
Pressure on Owen. slashing away. It's going to just fall short. Brad Hope down at third man. One bounce down to the fielder. A single to Brasher.
And he's offering himself a fair degree of width outside that off stump. Do have the man out at deep square leg and backward point or deep point, third man.
As you mentioned, only 2 fielders are allowed outside that inner circle on your screen for the first 4 overs. As Owen into Darcy short. Ooh, Darcy slashing away outside his off stump. Dot ball.
But there's a lot of room in front of the wicket on the offside, and that's what he's looking to target.
A quick outfield here at DXC Arena, Miles. You hit the gap, beats the fielder, and it's going to be 4. Owen into short. Oh.
Plain and missing was Darcy short there twice now, back-to-back deliveries. A long swing outside his off stump. Not as much footwork as he might have liked to have used just to get across to that delivery. Left-hand opening combination of Short and Brasher means not as many fielding changes.
Owen in for the 5th ball of his over. He's bowling a Darcy short. Nice cut shot, but can't pierce the field. Fielded by Corey Roccaccioli. Dot ball. Darcy short, 2 off 8.
And that's after he's missed 2 ones that were probably there to be played at. He's hit one really nicely and just picked out the fielder.
He'll be happy to give himself some time, Darcy. He'll know he can catch up pretty quickly, so he'll have a look at the first 10 or so, and he knows he can catch up with his power hitting. As Owen comes in for his last ball of the over, he's bowling a Darcy short, leading edge, dot ball. I think Mitch Owen will be very happy with that after his first ball went for a boundary, finishing none for 5 after his first. NT strike, none for 15 after 3.
Just those first 3 overs going 5 and over. You'd be pretty happy if you were CA11. A handy opening. Of course, they started with Roccaccioli as the opening spinning option. They'll continue with Mitch Owen from the Abala Road end, though. Sorry, Brad Hope.
Hope comes in, bowling a Brasher. Just plays it down, fielded by the gully fieldsman there for a dot. As the sun sets here at DXC Arena, again a beautiful evening for cricket. The lights aren't too far away from taking effect. Be interesting to see if the dew settles in tonight, Miles. Always plays a part if it does settle. As Brad Hope runs away from us, he's bowling to Dylan Brasher. He's gone over the top of mid-on, and that's going to run away for 4. Nice shot, Dylan Brasher. NT strike, none for 19.
And Sanger probably gave himself half a chance to get to that one as it was just chipped over the infield, but that raced away. Brasher with 2 boundaries now. Playing on to his first on the onside and last over. Managed to slice one through the covers.
See how he comes back here, Brad Hope. He's bowling a Brasher again. I think they might have just flicked the pad on the way through. Hence the dot ball, not a wide call. Last over under power play conditions. We are playing the power surge in the CDU top end T20. So the batting team can call for the power play of 2 overs between overs of 11 and 19. 2 overs must be back to back. Hope into Brasher. Just cutting away, fielded by the gully fieldsman there for 1. Nice crowd building here at DXC Arena. Miles, a few people in the house. Great to see the ICC T20 World Cup trophy in the house. We've got the Spud Man and a few people settling on the hill. So a great atmosphere.
Oh, absolutely. And that World Cup trophy, it's doing a bit of a magical mystery tour all around the country. It's been to the red centre. It's now up in the top end. And what a time to be up here now that we've got the T20 series.
Hope bowling a short. Oh, he's bowled him. He's bowled him. Brad Hope very happy with that.
He's taken out at the top of his middle rock, and his CA11 are absolutely pumping. That's not how Darcy Short would have wanted to go. It just looked like, as we see a replay here, he's really tried to tee off on that one, maybe just misjudged the pitch of it. Either way, it doesn't matter. He's back to the pavilion for 2 to his name off 10 deliveries.
NT strike 1 for 21. Sorry, 1 for 20 after 3.5.
And in will come Ash Chandrasinghe. Now, he's a man who's in very, very good touch in grade cricket, playing with the red ball. I'm a big believer, and I don't know where you stand on this one, Geordie, about a player who is in form in just about any format. Obviously, there's a very different pace with T20 cricket and red ball cricket, but I do find if you can just translate and you're seeing the ball well, that really does tend to translate to good form across formats.
Absolutely.
He's played a few, you know, kind of typical first drop roles or number 3 roles we've seen in T20 cricket recently over the last 12 months or so, where not necessarily a big hitting player clearing the rope every over, but just going at a run of ball, supporting the innings and making sure things are on track and setting the side up well just to get through their overs and to make sure that they see it out.
As he takes centre here, Ash. He's been awarded with a Victorian rookie contract after all his hard work. Applies his trade at Waratah Cricket Club in Darwin and Casey South Melbourne down in Victoria. But you're spot on. A cricket ball is a cricket ball. See it and hit it. And Ash is doing a great job.
Yeah,
they're doing that at the moment.
The left-handed bat. So top 3 all left-handers.
There's Hope coming into Chandrasinghe to face his first ball. Just had a look at that one. Nice carry to the keeper in Srivastava. That's over. 4 overs down. End of the power play. NT strike 1 for 20.
Now, my question for you here is, Geordie, that we get to this point of the game. Obviously now, with the power play over, you can move a lot more fielders out. But do you keep a slip in when you've just taken the wicket to the new man, in particular with Chandrasinghe? He won't be facing up, but I wonder, do you just give your bowler that chance to get the catch behind the stumps?
I think you've got to keep the pressure on here. If you're Jason Sanger and the captain of the Cricket Australia 11, looks like we're going to have a change from the Darwin International Airport end. Corey Rockacholi is coming back on to bowl his second over.
And a very tidy first over. That's an interesting choice to open up with a spin. Let's see what we've got fielder-wise. Got a man at square leg, long on, long off, and a point. Now, I'm not sure if I'm missing another player in the outfield here behind this floodlight, but I don't think so.
Rockacholi into Brasher. He's going to take the single. They're going to push for 2. Run that first one hard. It's just a single well fielded. 1 run to Brasher. That brings Chandrasinghe on strike.
No slip in place, just Ravish Srivastava behind the stumps.
Similar field for Ash. Rockacholi into Chandrasinghe. Just played off his hip. To final leg for 1.
We saw the recent departure of Darcy Short last over, and we'll touch on that after Rockacholi's bowl here.
In the Brasher. Just another bobble. It's going to cost them 1 run. One Brasher takes him to 15 off 15 deliveries. And you can see on your screen there, current run rate of 5.11.
The way he went searching for a few deliveries outside off.
Rocacholi into Chandrasinghe, down to long off for one. Just keeping it ticking.
Just thought it was interesting, perhaps when he went for that expansive shot that saw the top of his middle stump clipped, whether that was just a product of feeling like he hadn't cashed in on the balls that were there for him.
Rocacholi into Brasher. He's using his feet coming down to Rocacholi. Not sure if that was a missed stumping opportunity for Srivastava. Not sure if we can see a replay there. The dot ball. Getting through his overs quickly here, Corey Rocacholi. He's coming in for his last ball of the over. Into Brasher. Brasher's just eased that over into the onside. That's a deep mid-wicket for one. And that's 5 overs down. NT strike 1 for 25.
Keeping it a consistent 5 and over. Very good for the men in canary yellow and green. Called a lime green. I mean, very ripe lime. But nonetheless, they're keeping it very tight. And Charles Darwin University is the Territory's largest training provider and a top 2 university for graduate employment outcomes. CDU offers hundreds of degrees, hands-on training programs and short courses to help you achieve your goals.
Looks like we're going to have a change from the Abala Road end. It's Kalen Maladay. Plays for Nightcliff Cricket Club. He's bowling a Brasher.
They're just working that one away there. Brasher's picked up a single. 17 off 18 he is now. Working through it nicely, CA11. They've started really well here. A couple of misfields in a ring, but generally kept a pretty good intensity going around. I like Jason Sanga's rotations as well of his bowlers. Kalen Maladay comes in once more. What has the quick got? And there's a half a shout there as it struck his pad, perhaps taken a little bit of inside edge. Ballooned up short though.
Kalen plays for Sydney University down in New South Wales, and as mentioned before, plays for Nightcliff while he's up in Darwin. He made 90 odd for Nightcliff on the weekend too, so he's no mug with the bat.
As he shapes up once more there, Chandrasinghe just trying to work it through a gap there.
He's also done a bit of casual work for NT Cricket. He's been around and about helping the ground staff and the facilities team. He's a hard worker and does a great job, and he's got a great passion for cricket. So thanks for your work, Kalen. Very much appreciated.
And he's got a fair old mow on him too, as he steams in once more, trying to get something here. Chandrasinghe finds the bat and he'll get a quick single there. It's clever running, good cricket. Just the one run thus far. Chandrasinghe off this over. Brasher picked up one earlier.
I think the skipper, as he comes down just in front of us in the fence here, I think he'll be very happy with the start. Jason Sangae.
3 men deep on the onside, 2 on the off. Again, there's Brasher just working it off his pads. They might think about a second here. It's quick, smart work. There's Toby Gray there, who just got up nice and quick, kept that intensity. And that's what's been a real facet thus far already, is quick to get to the ball, quick to whip it back in. Just squeeze this innings and really not let them get going. Final delivery of the over here for Maladay. Another single. And it 1 for 29.
Just looking through the playlists here for the NT Strike in CA11, Miles. Majority of these players should be hitting their straps at the right time. You look down the list and I can only see, I reckon, one player in the CA11 that hasn't played in the CDU Men's Strike League, the 6-week program. And also the NT Strike, I can only see a handful of players that haven't played in the CDU Men's Strike League. So they should all be hitting their straps at the right time and have plenty of cricket under their belt.
Yep, they're flying most certainly, and you may well be flying if you're going with the Airport Development Group, who are a proud sponsor of Cricket 365 and the Indigenous Cricket Program. As a Darwin-based company, they play a key role in the Northern Territory's tourist industry through the ownership of the Darwin Airport and the adjacent hotels Mercure and Novotel.
Looks like the CA11 are keen to keep mixing it up. We're going to have Mitch Owen from the Darwin International Airport end. I think Brad Hope's the only man from the Yabala Road end who's bowled consecutive overs, so they're just keeping it different, changing it up.
And here comes Owen to Chandrasinghe. That one's well outside off, and it's been given a wide, in fact. Too much width there from Owen to start us over. Second wide thus far. Had one in the first over off the bowling of Rockacholi. A left-hander, he'll have two men to beat if he wants to take on the paceman on the offside. He's playing and missing at that one. The Rockacholi's just throwing his hand up in the air asking the question. Very little interest from Nathan Johnston there.
Mitch Owen plays at Newtown Cricket Club down in Tasmania, and also for Tasmanian Tigers and the Hobart Hurricanes, Mitch Owen. So great to have him involved in the program up in Darwin.
Certainly is. He'll be looking to have an impact from this airport end. As Chandrasinghe is just working it away once more. They're going to think about the second. Gosh, there's a couple of times where the NT have considered that run, but have just held off, have they, the strike?
Mitch Owen, a genuine all-rounder too. Hits a hard ball, which we've seen during the strike league. And can hit a golf ball too a long, long way. So, big, powerful man.
They're really squeezing the NT here at CA11. That one's hit well, very well. It will go for 6. Oh, unless it's been swallowed down the rope, we may well have just missed
We were blindsided.
The score on the sight screen has actually obscured our view there, and shame on me because Brash is off to the pavilion. He's out. 2 for 31. Caught deep there. Gosh, that was a bit of a pup we were sold there. A very hard angle to catch it from, but nonetheless, Brasher departs 2 for 32. He's out off 18 off 20. Owen gets a wicket. NT in a troublesome position.
This is going to sound, of course, Brasher will be with that. He's the set batsman just starting to build his innings. 18 off 20. As he walks off, you can tell by the body language. Not happy at all.
No, he won't be. And I've got to say, this has been a very strong opening from Cricket Australia 11. They've really squeezed this innings and not allowed them to get away as Alex Bleakley comes to the crease.
The man from Palmerston Cricket Club.
Partnership worth 11.
Just looking to build a partnership now, I think the NT strike.
Most certainly another wicket before the 10 over mark, and they would be really struggling to get well beyond that kind of 160 to 180 range where it's a nice score to defend. Give your bowlers something to work with. As Owen comes into Bleakley's first ball, and that's played into the ring.
Right on the money from Owen, first ball to Bleakley. Not given the freebie.
That looks better, guys.
And here's Owen again. That one's just outside the off stump. Asking half a question as it really zipped off the deck.
Not a easy time to be batting, Miles, with this sort of twilight. As we're sort of halfway between artificial light taking full effect and as that sun starts to set. So not really a difficult period here for the next sort of 15 to 20 minutes for the NT strike.
In comes Owen. That one's driven back past, but there's a man there whipping it in. Very good finish to the over. 2 for 31. Just going to clip over 4.
What's a good total here, Miles? Off the top of your head, 7 overs down. Current run rate 4.43. What are you looking for the NT strike?
Well, look, you've really, I think, got to hope to get to 150. So you got 150 with 13. That's, I'd say, gives you 120. So you're going at about 8 and over there. Gets you in the vicinity. Gets you about 114, I believe, something around that.
Runs on the board. Looks like Caitlin Maladay is going to continue from the Abala Road end. Pulls out quite late there. Umpire Rob Stewart calls dead ball.
And a good opening first over. Quicker want to back it up to the left-hander Chandra Singh, who comes out of his crease and plays it there. And it's good cover fielding from Josh Khan. Just making sure no easy single after it beats the bowler.
Good intent there from Chandra Singh, using his feet to the medium pace up.
And in comes Maladay again, and that one's going to be wide. Just a bit loose down the leg side. And you're given no brevity in limited overs cricket for that kind of delivery. So I think they've really got to work to get... I think shy of 150 is a very hard defence. It's reasonable conditions out here with the bat in hand. It's a very quick outfield. Maladay on to Chandra Singh, who's just managed to force a run quickly there. Quick movement between the wicket. And that's allowed them to pick up the single.
Good running. Pressure on the fielder.
And it forces the error there too. Bleakley facing up for the first time to Maladay.
Aggressive batsman Bleakley. Be interesting to see his tactics here.
Just beaten the ring there to get the single. It's a man behind the wicket on the offside, and of course cover. Square leg and a fine leg. And the trouble for them here is that they're not going too quick at all with the run rate. Now, obviously, they've got the power surge, so they might be thinking if we can just get through to a nice point to set up our innings, perhaps that's where we catch in. And that one's scooped back up, bump ball. Fairly tight here once more. I mean, that's, I guess, another facet of the game. It's not just in the field, it's also bowlers backing each other up from each end, keeping it tight and consistent. Nothing too loose.
Great start from Maladay. 10 balls into his spell, none for 7. Great fielding from the captain, Jason Sanger. Only been here for just over 48 hours. Arrived on Tuesday, did Jason.
No signs of jet lag whatsoever there. Coiled spring.
He'll be still acclimatising to this heat too, coming from New South Wales.
Maladay to finish off his over here to Chandra Singh. That one's just played wide of the wicket. No run. Very tight stuff. And at what point do you start, I guess, panicking run rate wise? Is it something where you just play it patient, thinking all we've got to do is survive through to get to a point where we can set ourselves up to build a total here?
Yeah, absolutely. Plenty of time still, 12 overs to go and plenty of batting. You look down that list, Tommy Andrews, Corey Kelly, Matt Hammond, you've got Ansem Nakvi coming in at number 8. He's a powerful hitter, so you got plenty of batting to come and plenty of power to come. No need to panic. Building that partner, ticking the runs over, putting away that bad ball, as cliche as it sounds. I think we might have Toby Gray coming from the Darwin International Airport end. Miles?
It does appear so. Here he comes on, the spinner.
Leg spinner from ACT. I sound like a broken record, but another player for the Southern Storm. They're everywhere for the Cricket Australia 11 this evening.
He picked up 13 wickets for the Storm. Interesting to see here. It's only the second series of spin we've seen other than Cameron Rockacholi. So that one's just slight misfield from the keeper, Shrivastava.
You hear from all the players how good control Toby has. Leg spin, not an easy skill, not an easy art, but great control.
Let's see how he goes here. So that one's hit well. Fielded out there in the deep. It's a single. By my count, we've only had 2 boundaries off the bat along with 4 leg byes, so she struggled to find the rope. NT strike.
It's going to come around the wicket is Toby Gray to Ash.
But there haven't been that many balls there to be attacked and hit. Perhaps a couple that Darcy Short missed outside off early in the innings. It's great. And once more. Oh, and that's going to be out. Stumped. Handy glove work there. Chandrasinghe goes. 3 for 35. Gray gets a wicket. And boy, oh boy, NT strike. Where are the answers going to come? That partnership worth just for Chandrasinghe. He goes 6 off 15. CA11, they are humming.
Great bit of work there from the keeper, Ravi Shrivastava too. Umpire actually called wide as well. So, of course, you can be stumped off a wide. We'll see a replay here.
There you go. Searching and dancing for it. No such luck.
I think you take the wide for a wicket as well, Miles, especially with the form that Ash Chandrasinghe's in. That's a massive wicket for the CA11. Well and truly on top here.
Certainly is.
3 for 36.
The sun just setting now. I can see it over the right shoulder. Those lights playing a bigger role now. And Tom Andrews comes to the wicket. It's certainly been tough going for NT strike. You just get the feeling this game, they really need to concentrate here before they get tied down. The runs have certainly dried up, but having quality batters to see out this innings has to be their priority. Toby Gray, he's feeling good. Here he comes. A very quick running from the non-striker's end, and they'll pull off the single there.
It was a bit slow to go there, Tommy.
He raced off the mark, did Bleakley.
Called him in, it was Blakely's call. Bit of hesitation. But all's well that ends well. 1 run.
Gray in once more, tossed up. Swing and a miss. Just trying to tempt them out. Again, come out, he says. Have a fish, but beware. I've got a sharp pair of gloves behind the wicket. Deep in his wicket. He's played that one down to long on for the single. Again, I know it might sound a bit far-fetched, but I really see a value here in throwing in the slip as well, particularly if you're trying to draw the batsman out. Perhaps he catches a stray edge and one that might zip past the keeper. Take the single. Half a thought about the second. They won't get it. 3 for 39 at the end of that over.
Great start from Toby, the leg spinner. Everyone says it's not a spinner's game, T20 cricket, but look at that, 1 for 5 after his first and the big wicket of Chandrasinghe.
It's going to be spin from either end with Cameron Rockacholi. He'll have a crack here. Charles Darwin University, a place for anyone who wants to either take a full degree or short-term course. It's one of the top 2 in Australia, so right amongst it for graduate outcomes. They can cater to your needs. When you think about top 2s, obviously it's the top 2 in this competition that will make the final. Be at the end of, well, obviously starting this competition, the top end T20.
A change of ends too for Corey. He's now going to be bowling from the Abala Road end. Interesting field. We've got a deep square mid-wicket. A third man. A long on.
And for the first time in a while, we've seen CA11 actually take advantage of having the full 5 men out. Rockacholi comes through here. Quick running here. There might be a half a chance for the direct hit. Not so lucky. Sanger racing and whipping that one in to Shrivastava. He took it smartly.
Of course, Tommy Andrews, an NT local and another Tasmanian out there at the moment. We'll see him a little bit later on too, bowling high quality spin.
He's had a handful of games between 2016 and 20 in the Big Bash League. Never quite hit his stripes. It's very hard in T20 cricket at the top level. You have very few opportunities. So Rockacholi comes in now. And that one's hit the pads. They're asking for it. Well down leg by my eye.
Big shout from Rock. That passion shining through. Love to see it. Racing back to his mark. Trying to get through his overs nice and quickly.
All smiles from the Rock. Here he comes in again. And just can't quite capitalise there, Bleakley. WA spinning product. It's actually looking through historically and looking at some of the spinning options that have come out of the West, and there aren't many. And Rockacholi is definitely one where West Australian cricket are hoping for some good stuff, as that one's clipped away, and that will be 4.
Much needed boundary for the NT strike.
Bleakley, he gets his first of the night, whipping away. Rockacholi goes for runs. That won't bother CA11 too much in the context of the game. It's been fairly tight from the bowling unit. Rockacholi in once more, and he's got in a wicket in the next ball. Bleakley tried to sweep. Forget about it. Leg stump gone. Huge sweep there. Bleakley very dirty on himself. Huge wicket. 4 for 44. Rockacholi gets in on the action. CA11, just when it looks like things might be turning, well, they pull it right back. Just wonder in the context of the match, and we'll see a replay soon enough. Perhaps it carried a little bit of edge. Was it a chop on? But I think it was just mistimed and found himself bowled. Did Bleakley. And in comes Tom Andrews.
Corey very happy with his work there too. Nice celebration. Looks like Corey Kelly coming to the crease at number 6 for the NT strike. Another powerful hitter. Of course, Corey made his first-class debut for Western Australia following his time in Darwin and the Cricket 365 program last year. So he's a prime example of how spending an off-season in Darwin can really progress your career.
Oh, absolutely. And we see quite a few players who've really benefited from it in all formats too. Rockacholi had an iconic innings in how's that debut in the Shield final and smacking 50 coming in at number 10. Picked up a couple of wickets too in that match. Last ball of his third over here. He'll get his first look at Corey Kelly. Picks up a single, so he's off the mark quickly. 4 for 45. That's 10 overs gone, the halfway point. No question on who you'd rather be here, is there, Geordie?
CA11 well and truly on top. I think that goes without saying, Miles. But again, don't write the NT strike off. T20 cricket's a funny game. See a replay of that last ball of the over. Corey Kelly from South Australia. He had a South Australian contract for the 2021-22 season. Twin brother plays for Adelaide Strikers and the Redbacks down in South Australia. And Corey plays for Southern Districts up here in the Darwin and District Cricket Competition. We're going to have Toby Gray from the Darwin International Airport end, bowling to Corey Kelly. Whips it outside off stump out to long on for a single.
So if they go to run a ball from here on out, they sit themselves on 105.
It's a total, Miles. It's runs on the board.
If they could get, might seem like a big ask, but even if they could go at 8 and over, see, the surge will come into play at some point too.
It's great into Andrews. He's just eased it off his hip. Happy with the single. Two experienced cricketers at the crease for the NT strike. It's Gray into Kelly. Umpire Nathan Johnson calls a wide ball.
It's been tough going for the strike. Have lost 3 wickets in 4 overs.
Gray into Kelly again on his off his leg. Just one. Now it's a mid wicket.
Saw Chandra Singh stumped off the bowling of Toby Gray. It was a wide, in fact.
Don't see that too often, Miles. Stumping off wides. I wonder if that might have been a tactic to Ash. Be interesting to hear from Toby and Jason whether that might have been a strategic play. Anyway, Gray into Andrews. Up edge. Fielded by Point. Kalen Maladay, great fielder there in the Point region. Great athlete. It's great. Into Andrews. On the front foot. Playing back to Gray for a dot.
Now, at the conclusion of this over, Geordie, you're bowling out Roccacelli, or are you holding them on for perhaps one of your final death overs?
Personally, I'm bowling him out. Anyway, Gray into Andrews. He's sweeping. Has beat the fine leg fielder in the ring. They're going to come back for 2. Corey Kelly calls Tommy Andrews in for 3. Good finish of the over for the NT strike. 11 overs down, 4 for 52.
And the 50's up and boom, bop, bam. You might have heard those fireworks. How good is that from NT Cricket, putting on a show here? It's part of the Cricket 365 program.
Awesome. Looks like we've got a change again from the Abala Road end. Looks like it's going to be Kalen Maladay.
Bring in the pace option here. We saw Roccacelli, who was taken for a boundary. He was able to get Bleakley the next ball. He departed. He was 7 off 11 in the end.
As you can see there, great figures for Kalen. He's already bowled 2 this evening, none for 7 at an economy rate of 3.5. Unheard of in T20 cricket. He'll be very happy with that. He's bowling to Tom Andrews. Oh, that's an inside edge. Will come off the pad. I'm not sure. There's a half a shout.
But I mean, there was the cry for catch and then how is that on the LB shout? So
the run through for 2. Not sure. Did the umpire call leg byes there, Miles? Let's come off the bat.
He's awarded them to Tommy Andrews. Not sure if there was a genuine catching chance there, though. Look to go inside Shrivastava.
Bit of a change. Looks like Maladay is going to bring the 3rd man back into the ring and a deep mid-wicket. Sanger goes to deep mid-wicket, the captain.
They saw Brasher out caught in the deep, trying to launch one at fine leg. Many men there now.
Maladay into Andrews. He just tucks it off the hip. Just the one good fielding from Sanger, good hustling. Corey Roccacelli on commentary on Sunday night mentioned if you just get the ball to land on that white strip, the inner circle, you can normally run 2 if the fielder's on the boundary. Not in that case. It was great fielding from Jason Sanger on his toes. Hit the ball hard and got it in. Bit more of an attacking field here for the newer batsman in Corey Kelly.
Right-hander looking for runs.
Ooh.
Swung at it like it was teeing off on a par 5 there with his driver. No dice though. Fair gap between bat and ball.
Won't mind seeing that. Will Kalen. And he comes again to Kelly. Shortage ball. It's a dot ball. Looked like it might have been a bit of a slow ball there from Maladay. T20 bowlers these days have so many tricks up their sleeve, don't they, Miles?
Exactly right. It's really trying to bluffing, double bluffing, keep that batsman guessing.
Maladay to Kelly. Oh! Unbelievable effort there from Sanger at cover. We'll have to get a replay of that. Wow.
He was flying across. Well, he saved a boundary.
Here we go. Brilliant effort from Jason Sanger, the captain. Kelly got a nice piece of that too, so that was flying along, Sanger vertical. Anyway, Maladay into Andrews. That middle and leg line just flicking off his pads for one. That's a deep square. That's another great over from Kalen Maladay. He's bowled 3 overs. His figures none for 12. And after 12 overs, the NT strike 4 for 57. That was a brilliant effort from Jason. Wow.
By Jove, wasn't it? Absolutely launched himself there. I mean, that's Steve Smith, Clive Lloyd, eat your heart out. He went flying.
Looks like Toby Gray's going to be rewarded with a 3rd over from the Darwin International Airport end. He's going to be bowling around the wicket to Tom Andrews. In he comes for his first ball of the over. Taking one down to mid-off. Ooh. Looks like he might have just dug his knee into the turf there, Jason Sanger. A little bit proppy.
Certainly pulling up Ginger. We'll just watch him closely over the next couple. Rocacholi just stamps a nice kind of flatten out that divot that seems to have formed.
He looks okay, Jason, I think.
Bit stiff, but otherwise I think he's, as you say, Geordie, just moving nicer now.
Gray bowling to Kelly. Shortish ball, good use of the feet. He's popped it up to Jason Sanger. Easy catch for the skipper. Kelly goes for 4 off 7 in the NT strike. 5 for 58.
Gray gets his 2nd wicket there. Well, we saw Jason Sanger put down what was not even really a chance in most people's books. He takes that one every day and twice straight down his throat. Regulation catch. 5 for 58.
We've got a replay here, Miles. Came down the wicket a little bit and just chipped it to Jason. An easy catch again for the skipper.
Certainly was.
Cricket's a funny game, Miles. If Jason hadn't stopped the previous ball, they probably would have run 2. Would have meant Andrews back on strike and probably wouldn't have come a wicket. But with Jason's good fielding, saved the 2nd. Kelly's on strike. Next ball, wicket. It's a funny game. Sliding doors.
Kelly goes, and that brings in the captain, Matt Hammond. A huge mountain to traverse here, isn't it, for these two? It's just an innings that's never really gotten going for NT strike. As the overs dwindle, I mean, there's this element of the power surge, obviously. They can call as late as the 19th. They certainly wouldn't be calling it now with a new batter at the crease.
As you mentioned, the captain of the NT strike, Matt Hammond, also plays for Southern Districts up here in Darwin. He's got his work cut out for him here.
Can certainly hit the ball. They'll need him to be able to clear the rope, you'd think, a few times to post us total.
Gray into Hammond. He's just on the back foot cutting away to that deepish Cover point fielder, just for one. Hammond's off the mark. Hasn't Toby Gray bowled beautifully so far this evening? Don't want to put the commentator's curse on him, but again, leg spin, not an easy trade. We're seeing it in full effect tonight. With great control, Toby Gray, as he's bowling to Tommy Andrews. Plays it back fairly forcefully. Dot ball.
Tossing one up there. We saw him get the stumping earlier of Chandra Singh. Perhaps he's just trying to tempt the Andrews to come out.
Gray again into Andrews. Nice delivery. Andrews on the front foot. Defensive shot for a dot. Toby Gray now coming around the wicket for his last ball of the over. He's bowling to Tom Andrews. Sweeping away. It's beat the keeper. It's just been the fine leg fieldsman as well. It's only going to be one. Another great over from Toby Gray. That's 13 overs down. NT strike. No, sorry, there's one ball remaining in the over. My apologies. Gray into Hammond for the last ball of the over. Oh, he's slashed away and it's a bottom edge. They're going to look for two. Hammond's going to come back to the danger end. 2 runs to Hammond. I think that now will conclude the over. 13 overs down. NT strike 5 for 63.
And Charles Darwin University is a proud sponsor of the Cricket 365 program. It's the Territory's largest training provider and a top 2 Australian university for graduate outcomes. CDU offers hundreds of degrees, hands-on training programs and short courses to help you achieve your goals. And speaking of goals, what's the target here that you're then happy with if you're captain Matt Hammond? You're out there in the middle now at least, so have some control over your own destiny to a degree. It's got to be 100, right? Minimum.
Absolutely. 100 a minimum. Still 7 overs to go, Miles. So, again, that's 42 opportunities, 42 balls. There can be plenty of boundaries in those 42 balls and plenty of twos. So, I think the NT strike is still looking at a 130 potentially here. Anyway, Corey Rockacholi coming in from the Abala Road end. He's bowling to Andrews. They're going to sneak one through there. Corey bowling his last over of his spell. Of course, T20 bowlers can only bowl 4 out of the 20. So this would be Corey's last.
So in 3 overs have made 11 runs, moving from at the end of the 10th to now the start of the 14th.
Rockacholi into Hammond. Smart batting from Matt. Just looking for the gaps. Nice single. Keep that scoreboard ticking over. Very important not to get bogged down here, Miles. Rockacholi. He's into Andrews. Tommy's cutting away. He's beat the field. Both fielders there. That's going to be 4 runs. Another timely boundary for the NT strike. Takes him to 5 for 69.
Much needed. A few runs to the total as we speak about what they might be hoping to get towards. It's only the 4th boundary thus far of the innings.
Rockacholi into Andrews. It's a dot ball. It's another cricket cliche, Miles, but you never know until both teams bat on the wicket. We never know. CA11 have bowled very well, but we never know. Rockacholi into Andrews. He's just propping on the front foot. Well, they're going to have it go for a run. They've stuck through there for one. It was a very late call. I'm not sure who called it. It was Andrews or Hammond. If it doesn't, here we're going to see a replay. Just pops on the front foot. Undecisive. Very late call.
It looked like Hammond calling it late there, though, from the non-strikers.
Last ball, the Rockacholi spell. He's into Hammond. on the front foot, fielded by Sanger. Great spell from Rocacholi. He finishes 1 for 23 of his 4 overs. 14 overs done. And the NT strike of 5 for 70.
And the Darwin Airport Development Group, well, they're a proud sponsor of the program here, which means that you see the Indigenous Cricket program as well as the Cricket 365 program, both supported as a Darwin-based company. They play a key role in the Northern Territory tourist industry through their ownership of Darwin Airport and the adjacent hotels Mercure and Novotel. Maladay looks like he'll be bowling.
Change of ends for Maladay. He's bowled his 3 overs from the Abala Road end. He's going to bowl his last from the Darwin International Airport end.
The quick gets a chance to bowl elsewhere. Wickets have flown pretty freely from both ends, but the only wicket that's come from this end was off pace bowling.
As Maladay into Andrews. He's just guiding that down to third man. Fielded by Brad Hope for 1. Interesting, Toby Gray still got 1 over left, as Maladay has replaced Toby Gray from the Darwin International Airport end. Toby Gray 2 for 18 off his 3 overs so far, so I would say we're going to see Toby bowl his last at some stage in the last 5 overs. With Maladay bowling to Hammond.
Had a big barnyard swing at that one, did Hammond. No dice, though.
I think they'll start to look to put the foot down soon, Miles. Still 5 wickets in hand, and again, we've mentioned it a few times tonight, they bat deep at the NT strike. With 5 overs remaining after this one, I think they'll be looking to put the hammer down very shortly. As Maladay into Hammond.
Another
Again.
swing, another miss.
Can't get bat on ball, Hammond. It's 2 dots.
And that can really frustrate a batter and force them into all sorts of errors they might not typically make. And that's a testament to scoreboard pressure that CA11 have built. It's been a really tight effort from the whole bowling unit.
Maladay into Hammond. Shortish ball. Pulled for a single, fielded by the skipper and Jason Sanger. He's a bit disappointed with his efforts there, but he's fielded beautifully tonight as the skipper.
I don't mind that bit of variation there, throwing out the short ball. Maladay's done it before, and to use it again, I think it was quite tactful there. Bit of a surprise element after offering up 2 outside off. Just get that shorter one in. There's every chance with that man out deep.
Hasn't got a man inside the circle on the leg side. It's Maladay into Tom Andrews. Again off the hip. They're going to look for 2. Tom Andrews is going to come back for 2. Fielded there by
Josh Khan.
Had it fine leg.
Just thought there could have been a touch more urgency there to stop that too. We've seen Strike second guess themselves on the fielder's arm once or twice before.
Maladay, last ball of the over. He's bowling to Andrews. Full toss. Just played down. Fielded by the gully fieldsman, and that's over. That's 4 overs for Maladay. He's bowled none for 16 off his 4. Another great spell. 15 overs down. NT strike 5 for 74.
And we're into the final 5 overs now. 30 balls remaining. 5 for 74 is the score, as you can see on your screen. Runner ball gets you 104. 7, that gets you at 109.
Speaking of changing of ends, and Toby Gray has changed ends, and he's going to bowl his last from the Abala Road end. bowled superbly tonight so far, Toby. He's got 6 balls to finish his spell.
As Gray begins his final over here. And that one swung at. It's hit very high. There's a fielder across. It's out. That's Josh Khan. He's got his man. Hammond caught out. He hit it hard. He went for it. Gray gets his third. 3 for 18 are his figures. Hammond departs 5 off 8. 6 for 74 is the score. Let's have a look at this replay. Talk us through it, Geordie.
Just fired it up nicely from Toby. Hammond down the wicket. And a relatively simple catch there for Josh Khan. He's a great fielder. Made light work of that one.
And Tamnakvi coming in. It's an unenviable position at 6 for 74.
Of course, the NT strike, coached by Greg Shippard, the head coach of the Sydney Sixers. So it's great to have Greg in town. His knowledge of the game and his coaching skills. It's a pleasure to have you, Greg. So thank you for making the trip to Darwin. I don't think you'll be too happy with the start tonight, but still plenty of cricket to be played this evening.
It certainly isn't. It returns back to that idiom of, well, you have to just see what it's like for both sides. I've got to say, the wicket looks very playable for a bat, particularly if they can just get themselves in. A lot of the wickets we've seen this evening have come from, say, errors or lapses in judgment from the men who have found themselves dismissed. They did cross, so Tom Andrews will be facing up to Toby Gray, who's in very smart form. 3 for 18 are his figures already. He might want another one with his 5 remaining deliveries. And fielding his own bowling there. There might be 2 in this if they can run quickly. Misfield there from Captain Jason Sangha.
Great moving again, though, from the skipper. You know, he's fielded beautifully tonight. Great moving. Got to the ball nice and quickly. Didn't grasp it overly cleanly, but there was that pressure of getting to the ball quickly that stopped the second run.
There's Naqvi, the right-hander, will face up. Couple of men in the deep square. 2 in front of the wicket at off. It's leading edge. Will beat the ring.
Well, it's just about taking full effect here, Miles.
The remnants of, I always love this part of the sunset, actually, where it's spilling those orange colours. Oh, Darwin sunset. There ain't much better than it all over the world. Great. 3 more deliveries. What's he got? Hit well, but he's picked out the fielder. Has Andrews, but a slight misfield will mean they'll get the single.
Won't be happy with that again, Corey. Did a fantastic job in the commentary box on Sunday night.
There's not much he can't. Certainly brings a good energy to any side he's in, it seems. It's great into Naqvi. He's playing to the fielder at point. No run there.
Finished well here. 3 for 23.5. 4 remaining in his spell to close out well.
Here he comes. And that one's taken on. It's just deflected off the body of the captain, Jason Sangha there.
Giving a big rap all night. Won't be happy with that, Jason.
3 for 22 off 4 were his figures. End of the over, 6 for 78. A wicket did fall in it. 16 gone, 24 balls left to come.
4 wickets in hand, Miles, for the NT strike. They're looking to go here.
Absolutely, and of course the power surge at 2 over period where fielders can only have 2 outside the ring can be brought in.
Looks like they haven't taken it.
The 19th is the last they can take it in. I think with Andrews at 23 off 22, I'd just be a little bit worried if he gets dismissed, then perhaps they've missed a chance. Mitch Owen coming back into the bowling here. He's had a decent night. Couple of wickets to his name.
Look forward to seeing him batting very shortly too. We've mentioned his power hitting. He hits a big ball.
1 for 7. Owen's figures.
Just working with the skipper here. Get the field right. Again, not a man inside the ring on the leg side. We've got a deep mid-on, square, mid and fine leg.
There it is. It's short. Probably could have seen that one coming. Mid-wicket fielding. Just a single.
Interesting tactics to Nakvi, the right-hander. I'd say the field's going to change here for the left-hander in Andrews. Judging by that field to Nakvi, they're going to bowl that middle to leg line or shortage.
Another discussion with the captain. See a lot of experience captaining the Thunder too in the Big Bash League for Jason Sangha.
Brad Hope back into the circle, third man in. We've got a long on, a deep mid wicket, a deep square leg, a deep long off, and a deep cover.
In comes Owen. That one's just dropped in the circle. Clever single there for Andrews.
Good anticipation there from Owen. I think Tom would have liked 2 there, but Mitch Owen was right onto it. Good fielding off his own bowling. You find bowlers are pretty good at fielding off their own bowling, Miles.
Well, they want to keep their scores nice and tidy. And it's probably one of the few instances where they have a bit of control over that when it's coming off the bat. Very dynamic was Owen there. Now Nakvi, the new man, has kept his score ticking over. Just drop and run stuff there. There's a quick throw. Misses the stumps. Would have been interesting had a direct hit for weighted.
I think that's Sam Fanning. That
West Australian just wicked it in, didn't he? He just absolutely came in very quick.
Gully Point region.
That would have been disastrous, if I dare say, for NT Strike with their in-man. Tom Andrews, he's faced more deliveries than any other batter in the strike innings thus far. 21 balls to play with here. He's got to be facing most of them if they're going to get a total up that's defendable. Owen facing up Andrews, and Andrews just pinching his single there.
Clever batting from Andrews. I think he's just buying a bit of time here again to keeping that scoreboard ticking until the power surge.
How soon are you calling it? Are you waiting until the 19th to call it?
I think potentially Miles, but I reckon that's their tactic. Andrews with a run and ball 25 off 24. Just what the NT Strike needed, a solid batsman just to keep the scoreboard ticking over. He's playing a role, is Andrews. We've got third man coming back into the ring. Sorry, fine leg back into the ring. And a deep long off.
Owen into Nakvi. And that one's hit high. It's probably safe. It is safe. Won't run away to the boundary. Man out there covering. Blake McDonald. They pick up a couple. Safe top edge there. Clearing the man at short, fine leg.
Brilliant outfielder is Blake McDonald. Strong arm. Gets to the ball quickly. He'll more than likely be opening the batting tonight for the CA11.
And here's Owen finishing off his third. That one's hit and it's not going to reach the fielder as it's pushed wide. Just the single from it. Nakvi will retain the strike. 6 for 85 at the end of the 17th. And CA11 won't necessarily mind that. The in-man Andrews not retaining the strike as a result. Clever bit of learned play. And if you want to be a learned person yourself, you may as well want to enrol yourself at Charles Darwin University, whether it's in a short-term course or one of other length. CDU is in the top 2 universities in Australia for graduate outcomes. Is Charles Darwin University. They're a sponsor of the Cricket 365 program.
Looks like we're going to have Brad Hope bowl from the Abala Road end. Miles, you of course open the bowling tonight for the CA11.
7 off that last over from NT Strike.
Brad Hope's figures this evening so far, 2 overs, 1 for 6. Again, unheard of in T20 cricket, going at 3 and over.
Well, how would it be is that Rockacholi may end up being the most expensive of the bowlers, finishing at 1 for 23 off 4. In any normal circumstance, you'd pick that to be the best of the bowling.
Less than 6 and over, just crazy figures.
And it's 5 and over on the dot that NT Strike have been going at. Hope now hoping to keep it tight, as there's a bit of a charge down the wicket, but it's a big swing and a miss from Nuckvi. Statement of intent, though. He hasn't mucked around since coming in. He's looked to play strokes and get runs where they can. Missed it altogether, though.
I think you've nailed it there, Miles. I think we've seen the intent here. They're going to mess around now. 17 balls remaining in the innings. Still with 4 wickets in hand. It's time to go.
And only 2 men out at the moment. Square leg and long on for Hope. Quick single, direct hit might be in trouble, but it was an air ball.
Wow.
Closer to taking off Nuckvi's helmet than it was to hitting the stumps. Andrews now. Well, we've seen what Nuckvi's taken on. Will Andrews follow suit? He's faced 24 deliveries on 25, unbeaten at the moment. In discussion now, Jason Sanger with his pace bowler.
Plenty of fielders inside the ring still. Again, taking their time. You can see Josh Khan walk over to add a bit of support. Josh was the captain of the Southern Storm in the Men's Strike League. We've got a deep mid-wicket. Long on's coming just a couple of steps off the boundary as well.
And that's all there is at the moment. Men up on the offside for Hope. Hit the pads, and will it be? It will. Andrews goes. He's out 25 off 25. It's 7 for 86. Hope picks up his second wicket. And boy, oh boy, it has been a bowling unit performance.
Very casual appeal from Brad Hope. I think it was almost taken for granted that the umpire, Rob Stewart, was going to put his finger up.
It looked like it hit him fairly straight. We'll have a replay here to watch it. Let's see where it strikes him. Oh, back pad, good height.
Looks pretty good from behind the wicket. Can never be sure, but looks pretty good. Rob Stewart, no hesitation in giving that one out. Big wicket for the CA11. Then we've got Hamish Martin coming to the crease. Plays at Palmerston Cricket Club. Now, I'm not sure, Miles, but judging from the field placement of that last ball, I reckon, have we missed the power surge signal? I'm not sure. Let's see how many fielders spread for this next delivery, but we may have missed the power surge.
There's only the 2 out that has been this over. We've got Sanger at long on and another man at deep square leg. Perhaps it is so.
I can only assume because we didn't see the signal.
Hope he gets a shot at Martin. First delivery here. What will it be? It's been hit into the ground. I think might have taken a bottom edge and maybe a ricochet off the pad just shy. That's a good opening for Hope.
Again, bang on the money to the new batsman. Not giving him a chance to settle. Giving him a freebie.
Just the 1 run thus far off this over.
Two for 7 off 2.4 for Hope.
Figures are off the chain, you'd imagine. He'll bowl out from this end. That one is played up by Martin. They'll take a quick single. Naqvi, he's on strike. Big task ahead of NT Strike here. I actually didn't mind how Naqvi's looked early on. But of course, with only 9 deliveries faced, still pretty hard to hit your stride that quick. But with only 2 men out, as we believe to be a consequence of the power surge, then perhaps there's opportunities to score. As he faces up here, and he's hit that one hard, but he's picked out the man at square leg. It's a single, so he'll retain the strike. End of the over. 7 for 88.
12 balls remaining. The NT Strike innings. I'd say they're looking at 2 a ball at least. 24 gives them 112.
I certainly like it. That has to be a big over, he'd think. They capitalise on just the 2 men out. And if you're travelling either to the territory or from it, you're probably going to be stopping by Darwin Airport, and the Airport Development Group runs that institution. It's a fine one. They support Cricket 365 and the Indigenous Cricket Program. A fantastic gala day kicking off tomorrow, showcasing a lot of young Indigenous talent locally from Darwin. And they'll get to gaze upon the T20 World Cup, which is doing a bit of a tour of the country at the moment. Those kids will get to grab a selfie, no doubt, with it. As Mitch Owen starts his final over. Short, high. There's no fielder under that. It's going to run away for 4. Smart running from the 2 men, but not needed. Naqvi gets his first boundary. 7 for 92.
Looks like it's a tactic to Naqvi, that shortage delivery. Not sure if they want to test him. Mitch Owen just scratching away at the crease in his bowling mark. Might be slipping a little bit. As the dew settles here at DXC Arena, lights well and truly in full effect.
And 2 men out. Square of the wicket, square leg and a mid-wicket. Owen comes in once more. Naqvi's charging that one. It's gone high. Sanger is under it, catching out. Another wicket. Naqvi departs for 13 off 11, 8 for 92. And could we see NT Strike run out of batters and get dismissed? You think they have to take risks to score runs, so it's a distinct possibility. This power surge, though it has produced the boundary, it's also produced 2 wickets, as we see a replay here.
As you mentioned, no option really. He's got to go hard here. 10 balls remaining. Simple catch to Sanger. He's been everywhere tonight, Miles. In the field, taking catches, leading by example is Jason Sanger. Looks like Michael Kudra is coming to the crease. The man from Nightcliff Cricket Club. He'll also be wearing the wicket-keeping gloves in the fielding innings for the NT Strike.
Fairly rare to see a keeper come in at 10.
It's also represented the Northern Territory in the most recent under-19s national championships.
So Sanger himself's taken 2 catches. He's had a good night. He could have had a third where he just leapt at a ball that was racing past and managed to get a hand to it after moving, I'd say almost 1.5 meters, 2 meters horizontal.
Goes down as a drop catch, but that's unfair to say, really. Say 4. It was a magnificent effort from Jason.
And the succeeding over, he took a fairly, well, about as easy as they get, really. It was just scooped up to him. Half a shout for LBW there, but nothing doing for the umpire.
Sneaking through for a single. Good running. Running to the danger end was Kudra. We'll see a replay here. I think we heard through our fixed mic, a fair edge, a slight appeal from Mitch, but he would have known himself that there was an inside edge there. Again, taking a bit of time to get their field right to the new batsman in Kudra.
Not rushing anything. They're wanting to just finish an innings that's been crafted so well through decisions, particularly when you've got the power surge in effect and only 2 men allowed outside the ring. I want to offer up any easy runs here and finish off this job.
We've got a deep backward square and a 3rd man, 2 men out.
Owen comes in, and that one's got an inside edge. They'll go for the quick single. They will get it. Brad Hope fielding there.
Almost a bit of tip and run here, Miles. Any little bit of bat on it they're running through. Important runs.
And at 8 for 94. Well, they'll take any excess runs here are ones they'll take. It's hardly a total they'll be happy with. Doesn't leave them much wiggle room with the ball in hand. Martin facing up now. He's hit that one high. Has he cleared the fielder? I think not. Out. Yet another wicket. Mitch Owen's got 3. Martin's gone for 2.
Yep. Another simple catch to Sam Rahali. Out there at mid-on. As you said, NT strike. 9 for 94. We'll see a replay here. I think it might have been a change of pace from Mitch Owen. Just a slight slower ball. And again, simple catch to Sam Rahali.
Good movement early to get himself in position to give himself the best chance of taking that.
We're going to have Tom Menzies coming to the crease. A man from Darwin Cricket Club.
Owen will want to finish this off here, won't he? Get 4 for, get most wickets across the innings. He's got the best figures.
Everywhere you look tonight in the bowling figures, Miles, it's good figures, as you said, with Corey Rocacholi. What was it?
1 for
23 or 4 being the most expensive, which is...
And Caleb Maladay, the only one so far not to pick up a wicket of the bowlers. And he's done very well for himself at none for 16. Most economical of them. Owen to finish his spell here. We'll get a look at Kudra. One last time. That one's pulled back of point. Single to finish the over. 9 for 95.
Tom Menzies, well, sorry, both of these players played in the final on Sunday evening. Tom Menzies playing for the Northern Tide. And, of course, the Northern Tide winning by 1 run. So, and Michael Kudra being on the other side of that victory. So... Tom was included in the team of the championship at the under-19s carnival just gone. So, great honour for Tom and the Northern Territory to have one of our players included in that team of the tournament.
And Brad Hope at 2 for 9. Well, he gets a chance to finish with the best figures of the evening. If he picks up the wicket, he'll have the most wickets, fewest runs. Bit of competition amongst the bowlers as he comes into Kudra.
Here we go, Miles. Last over.
What will come of it? That's quick, but played nicely. There's a single. And as you noted earlier, Geordie, just tip and run. If they can clear the ring, then push for that second where they can. 9 for 96.
4 away from triple figures. That'll be their first target, I think. Get to 100.
I wonder if we get to see the fireworks go off if they get to the century.
That's what I'm hoping for.
We shall see. In comes Hope. That one's just dropped in on the offside, rather. A misfield, but they won't consider a second as Sanger is cleaning up for his teammate.
It's going to be very interesting to see how the CA11 approach their batting innings.
Well, they certainly won't have to score quickly. Just a clip over 5 and over is what they'll need, which is certainly within the realms of regulation in a run chase. Hope in once more. Drop short. No run.
Followed the man. Kudra giving himself a little bit of room, but well bowled by Hope, just following him.
Right-hander just trying to find anywhere he can score a run. He's got a man out at deep square leg to negotiate. Fine leg, deep cover. As well as a long on. So 3 deep on the leg side. Offside, there's also a man at third man. As Hope comes in for his 4th. Dancing down the wicket, edged inside. It won't take the stumps. It'll take the boundary rope. That's 4. That's the 100 up. 101. Boom! Oh, here we go. There's more fireworks there than there probably has been off the batting of NT Strike, unfortunately for them. It's like Krakenite all over.
How good's that, Miles? How good's that? Love to see it.
2 for 15 is Hope now. 2 balls to negotiate. What can Michael Kudra do? Just push it closer. Launches no one in on short on the leg side. They'll push for a second. They're going to have to be quick.
Good running from the 2 youngsters. Quick between the wickets, these 2.
Could very well be one of their best overs in terms of runs here. They finished at 9 for 95 last over, so they've already added 8. I dare say if they score another here, that will be their best of the innings. Final ball. In comes Hope, full fielded, but it's just slipped through the hands. They'll take a single, and that'll end it. 9 for 104 is the total the NT Strike have posted. And you'd certainly say you'd rather be the Cricket Australia 11 right now. They're in a very fine position. We'll run you through the scorecard shortly. It was Tom Andrews who top scored with 25 off 25 deliveries. But just before you run us through the scorecard, Geordie, how did you see the innings before us?
Great bowling performance from the CA11. Clinical, took their catches when they needed to. Great fielding, and the bowling was obviously just superb, nice and tight. So the NT Strike are going to have their work cut out for them. They're going to have to bowl tight, field well when we return in 15 minutes.
Absolutely. Join us here. We'll be there for the run chase.
Welcome back to DXC Arena. We've got game one of the CDU top end T20s between the NT Strike and the Cricket Australia 11. Jordan Wright here, joined by Miles Holbrook Walk. Miles, Jamaica the first fireworks go off here at DXC Arena. You can see it on your screen there.
Well, there you go. I tell you what, I think we're going to get some more here. Bang! I'm interested to see, off the back of a very tight bowling performance, was really well crafted from bowlers who backed each other up from every bit. From Roccacelli, 1 for 23 off 4. You had Maladay, none off 16, and he had 4 overs 2. It was Toby Gray, 3 for 22 off 4, and Mitch Owen, 3 for 21, and then Brad Hope himself, 2 for 18. It was a really solid performance where there was no loose parts of a really well-oiled machine, if you can think of it, and they just kept up that intensity from every bit. Set a target of 105, very achievable in most people's books. What I think is really interesting now, Geordie, is how do these batsmen approach the task before them? Will we see Blake McDonald and Sam Fanning really throw the hands at it in the first 4 overs when we've got fielders up, or will we see perhaps a cautious approach, only needing 5 and over, less than a run a ball, which is a dream if you're chasing a target in T20 cricket?
It's a funny game, cricket, Miles. Sometimes these lower totals can be harder to chase, as silly as that sounds. A very mental and psychological game. We're going to have Corey Kelly opening the bowling from the Abala road end.
The flying mullet. What can he produce?
Man from Southern Districts. Here we go. First ball. He's going to be bowling to Sam Fanning. Bang on the money from Kelly. Fanning on the front foot for a dot. They're going to have to be supreme in the field and bowling the NT Strike. No errors. Take their catches.
Now, Sam Fanning, the left-hander, he had 84 not out for the Southern Storm. It's a very tidy score. He can hit him.
Kelly into Fanning. Ooh, having a slash outside the off stump.
I wonder if that one just stayed a bit lower than anticipated. Slip in place. Got a man out at fine leg.
Unfortunately, Sam missed the final for the Southern Storm on Sunday evening. He was out with illness. But he's back tonight under lights at DXC Arena. He's facing Corey Kelly. Just down the leg side, umpire Rob Stewart calls wide. Our umpires this evening, Nathan Johnstone and Rob Stewart, and scorers Vicky Gross and Catherine White. Good opportunity to thank all our match officials during the Cricket 365 program. They do a great job, both umpires and scorers, so thank you for your work and efforts.
Now, Corey Kelly needs to bounce back. We can't have too many wides for a strike innings.
Kelly into Fanning. There's a slight appeal. He's given him. Sam Fanning not happy. Fireworks. Off they go.
Well, he looks bemused, doesn't he, Sam Fanning? We'll get a replay shortly, but fact of the matter is a wicket's fallen. Let's have a look at this a bit closer. Now,
Hard to tell from that angle.
I don't think there was bat. Was there a matter of, was it pad? I mean, I don't know. It's hard to tell, as you say, when it's not straight on. Perhaps it becomes more clear that there was a feathering through. Sam Fanning, judging by the body language, doesn't feel like he was out. Doesn't really matter at the end of the day because he is. He's back to the pavilion. In comes the captain, Jason Sanger, 1 for 1. It's an opening exchange here that is certainly proved fireworks, both literally and metaphorically, on the pitch.
And as Fanning walks off, you can tell, again, just by his body language, he's very upset at being caught down the leg side. Doesn't matter. He has to go. As you said, in comes the skipper. Again, just over 48 hours he's been in Darwin for and had a chance to acclimatise himself. Not sure how much cricket he's played on turf wickets back in New South Wales over the winter. I'd say it's been a lot of indoor work in the indoor centre. Cold and rainy down in Sydney at this time of year. But he'll be looking to have a good performance here this evening at DXC Arena. He's going to be facing Corey Kelly, 1 for 1, halfway through his first over. Again, bang on the money to Sanger. He's just half defending off his legs to mid-wicket.
It's really nice. He obviously had the wide early on, but he's come back with a perfect response, getting the wicket. All smiles here. Well, NT strike, they need wickets. That's what's always going to slow down runs, particularly in a power surge the most. Just taking scalps. That's exactly what they needed to do. Perfect start from the strike.
Kelly runs away from us. He's bowling to Sanger. Leaving that one outside. He's off stump, having a look. You mentioned the power play. Miles, only 2 fielders, 2 NT strike fielders. They're allowed outside that in the circle. You can see in your screen for the first 4 overs. Then we'll have the power surge, which is an additional 2 overs where the fielding team may only have 2 players outside that inner circle. We'll worry about that a little bit later on in the innings. Kelly in for his last ball of the over. He's bowling a Sanger. He's hit him on the pad. He's given him. Umpire Rob Stewart puts the finger up. Sanger, the captain. He's gone for 0 off 3 balls. Great start to the NT strike. 1 over down. They're 2 for 1.
This is box office from Corey Kelly. No doubt in my mind about this as we see the replay there. Yeah, maybe height a question, but the appeal was good. And the umpire, he didn't have much to think about there. He sent him back to the pavilion. Captain Jason Sanger, 2 batters now gone for ducks. Not a run off the bat yet. Lordy Lord, are we on for a match here? That is the end of the over. 2 for 1. You're not misreading the score. That's 2 wickets, 1 run at the end of the over.
Blake McDonald's just sitting down the other end. He hasn't faced a ball yet. Thinking, what is going on? 2 for 1. Great start for the NT strike. And on the flip side of that, an average start for the CA11. Looks like we're going to have Tom Menzies from the Darwin International Airport end. Bowled beautifully for the Northern Tide on Sunday evening. Just speaking to a few of the Strike League players, Sam Fanning being one of them. He reckons he's got one of the best seam placements he's seen in any bowler. Not just a young bowler, but any bowler. You watch this, the seam placement from Tom and the way he gets the ball hooping around. Great young territory talent. You're going to see him in full flight this evening. They've got the towels up, the NT strike, Miles. 2 for 1.
Certainly do. Just for a bit of context, the striker ended up 9 for 104. They posted 31 before they lost their second scalp.
Menzies bowling McDonald. First ball of his innings. Right on the money again from Menzies. McDonald just works it off his legs for a single. First run off the bat for the CA11.
That's right. I've got to say, it was not a lot wrong with that delivery. It was pretty nice there from Menzies, getting right up there. And gosh, I mean, if you enter strike, you couldn't have hoped for a better start. And it's just that belief, I guess, is because when you're defending such a small total, it's creating that optimism.
Menzies to Hope. Welcome to the cauldron. Oh! An inside edge. Think off the bat. It's going to run away for 4. Umpire Nathan Johnston calls 4 runs off the bat, inside edge. We'll hopefully see a replay of that. That can't have been far away from hitting the stumps.
Very fine. Goodness gracious. Here we go. Let's have a look at it.
Oh.
Those inside edges, they're like ricochets, really. You can go anywhere, and that one's gone for 4. Hope off the mark with a boundary.
Well, the scorebook says it's 4 runs, Miles. But Tom Menzies in the NT strike would love seeing that. Attacking field. Got a deep square. Third man. Menzies bowling a Hope. Okay, not convincing. It's going to be fielded by that square, deep square fielder. And Dylan Brasher, just for 1.3 overs done. C11, 2 for 7.
Well, they're getting runs here, which they'll be pleased with, but they don't need to rush by any stretch. Menzies, for mine, he's looking, I would say, actually better than Corey Kelly's first over, surprisingly.
Menzies into McDonald. He's advancing. Sort of just defending and plugging in the wicket.
And
Top ball.
the reason I say that, Geordie, is that he's just hitting his area so well. He's finding the edge. Corey Kelly obviously picking up the 2 wickets, so it's fairly academic on one level. Couple of balls left here, and for 6 already. Really nice areas already.
Menzies in again to McDonald. On the front foot, dot ball. Of course, these two Northern Tide teammates, Tom Menzies and Blake McDonald, would have bowled to each other a fair bit in the nets over the past 6 weeks.
And short in close. Be that roving fielder. Just near the bat, not giving any cheap singles away if they try to drop and run.
Great start for Tom Menzies. He's in for his last ball of the over. Bowling to McDonald. He's advancing. Edging court. Great catch, Ash Chandrasinghe. 3rd wicket down for the CA11. Blake McDonald has to go. 1 off 4. And the CA11, I think it's fair to say, in a fair bit of trouble. 3 for 7.
I can't believe what I'm watching as we see a replay here. That ball rocketed away. Look how fast it's travelled. Chandrasinghe, yes, at a good height, a comfortable height, but it certainly rocketed. That took the outside edge. McDonald goes back. We saw 2 wickets fall spectacularly from the other end. Now he's making that long march back to the pavilion. 3 for 7. They need 98 more to get the win.
Game on.
This is going to be an interesting match. It's high octane.
And here he is. Mitch Owen coming to the crease, joining his Tasmanian teammate in Bradley Hope. Bit of work to do for these two Tasmanians.
Well, the NT striker flying, much like a plane out of the airport. And the Airport Development Group runs Darwin Airport, which is just a stone's throw from here at Marara. They also sponsor local tourism and industry. They sponsor Cricket 365 and our Indigenous cricket program. Make a lot of good stuff happen. And we thank them for their support of Northern Territory cricket. Corey Kelly, he gets another over.
No surprises there. Beautiful first over from Corey Kelly.
This is one of those bizarre scorecards, isn't it, where wickets almost equate to runs.
He's bowling a Brad Hope. Well bowled, fielded by Ash Chandrasinghe. He just took that last catch in the gully area. Dot ball. NT strike up and about here. Got a pep in their step.
I certainly do. Now, if you didn't catch the first innings, the NT strike, they managed 36 runs before they lost their 3rd, just for some context.
Kelly, he's bowling a Brad Hope. Just flicking off his legs out towards that square leg fielder. Just the one.
They need to keep it sharp in the field, NT strike. They've got early wickets. And they've started so well. They just have to keep intensity in all areas of their fielding. So there's a slight bobble out there.
That single brings Mitch Owen to the crease to face his first ball. I don't think he would have expected to be out here so early, Miles.
Certainly not. Can hit the ball well.
And he's facing Corey Kelly from the Abala Road end.
Making the decision to leave. It's heart pulsating stuff, isn't it? It's every ball, something's happening. Got a man out at 3rd, another at deep square leg. Otherwise, players are up. Tell you one thing that does surprise me a little bit, I must say, is no slip in place. Not necessarily part of the plan, though, and not always necessary to taking wickets in this format.
Kelly into Owen. defending on the front foot. Just having a look at the first couple again. No rush from a CA11 perspective. Still plenty of wickets in the shed. And plenty of time in this match. So they won't get too far ahead of themselves.
They probably would have wanted the comfort of their captain, Jason Sanger, who's negotiated a lot of run chases at the top level of T20 out there for him, though.
Kelly into Owen. Sliding down leg side. Umpire Rob Stewart calls wide ball.
It's his second wide, Corey Kelly.
Fifth ball of the over. Kelly's bowling to Mitch Owen. He's hit him on the pad. Big shout. Rob Stewart out.
Oh gosh, that was a close one. You can even hear some calls from the crowd. Give it But no such luck. Let's have a look at the replay here.
Foolish ball. Might have even hit him on the full.
Perhaps going down leg.
Umpire Rob Stewart wanting none of it. Not out. As you said, the crowd on the hill getting very vocal, Miles. Corey Kelly in for his last ball of the over. He's bowling to Mitch Owen. In two minds there, Mitch Owen. Top ball, into the over, 3 overs done. CA11, 3 for 9.
Looks like we might have a change in bowling here. In fact, we will.
Tom Andrews from the Darwin International Airport end. And Miles, we've had a very special guest join us up in the broadcast area. Joel Morrison, the CEO of NT Cricket. Hello, Joel.
Very well, Geordie. Good to be with you, Miles. Queensland outfit.
Well, hey, I've got to stay sun safe when we still had the sunset, and it's not too bad having the maroon cap on when the Maroons, they travelled pretty well this year.
They sure did.
Travelling well is Tom Andrews.
He's bowling to Bradley Hope on the front foot out towards deep cover for 1. What do you make of the first innings, Joel?
Well, I'm feeling a lot more comfortable now that we've got 3 wickets on the board. I wasn't so comfortable during the innings break, but just goes to show it's pretty tough for those coming up to play their first game off a southern winter. So hopefully we might have the edge on them and be able to pick up a few more wickets and make this game really interesting.
Andrews, he's bowling to Mitch Owen, flicking off his pads. Got coverage out there, though. Footed by Tom Menzies. Deep square leg just for 1.
I suppose typically as well you would see a score of 104 and you're thinking CA11, wow, how do we play this to get maximum benefit for net run rate?
Andrews into Hope. Foolish ball. Dot ball.
The whole equation now turned on its head though, Joel.
Absolutely, and I was just down with the chairman of selectors, the head of cricket, Darren Trumer, at the function just over on the hill.
Andrews into Hope. Dot ball.
And fair to say, he's a lot chirpier now when I just left him to come up to join you than he was in the first inning. So, look, there's plenty of experience in the NT side, and most of the players have been playing over the last 6 weeks, which means that they're in red-hot form. So there is a chance with the CA11. A lot of those guys, well, probably half of them have been up here, but half of them have been down south. And if we've got the game experience under our belt from the last 6 weeks, and plus we know the conditions, hopefully it gives a really good chance to make this close and hopefully close it out.
Andrews, last ball of the over. Great start for his bowling spell. None for 2 of his first. 4 overs done. CA11, 3 for 11. Joel, how did you make of the first part of the Cricket 365 program in the CDU Men's Strike League? We had a great final on Sunday evening, but more broadly over the 6 weeks, what did you make of it?
We're really pleased, particularly in its second year, we feel like it's gone to another level. We got plenty of really good feedback from year one. Changed the format around. We had a mix of 50 over games and T20 games during the CDU Strike League this year, and that seemed to go really well. Good momentum through the series, some great cricket. Credit to the States and CA who have really bought into what we're trying to build up here in the Northern Territory, and we had fantastic talent from all around the country, so it was a great standard of cricket and a brilliant final to finish off.
Speaking of fantastic talent, looks like we've got to change a bowler from the Abala Road end. Darcy Short. He was a good get for the NT Strike.
Absolutely. I think it's been 11 or 12 years since Darcy's been back playing for the Northern Territory. So back on the ground, he's made plenty of runs on before. Haven't seen too many wickets of Darcy on this ground, but maybe we're about to see something different this time around. So good to see him in action.
Let's hope so, although we're not biased.
Well, and Jerry has picked up a 5 in T20 cricket, though traditionally a batsman. He turns the arm over well. And gosh, if he took another wicket here, wouldn't it just pile on the pressure for CA11? Just 11 runs after 4 overs. Obviously, more fielders out. Now the power play's up.
Short, he's bowling to Mitch Owen. Bang on the money straight away. Dot ball. I think he'll be disappointed, Darcy, with his batting performance tonight. But again, he's only been in town for a couple of days, so it'll take him a bit of time to acclimatise. Get used to the wickets. He's bowling to Mitch Owen on the front foot for a dot.
It's a nice opening here from Darcy Short, just keeping it nice and tight. Nothing too loose. Set themselves up really well here, NT Strike, to keep themselves in a competitive battle.
Swinging away. That's gone for 6. Great shot. Mitch Owen takes a bit of pressure off the CA11.
See that the other way around, weren't we? In the first innings, we wanted to see Darcy hitting plenty of those type of shots, but this time off his bowling. It's going to be pivotal, I think, this spell from Darcy. He might just be the one over, but he's on for a couple. He'll either take a wicket, or if CA11 can get hold of him, it'll change the momentum of the innings.
Great crowd in the house tonight too, Joel. A few people on the hill.
Certainly great atmosphere.
Great to see. Short, he's in again to Owen. Just tucking it away off his hip. They're looking for 2, but I think they won't get it. Just the 1.
Now, the thing that I want to throw a bit of a spanner in the wood, Darcy Short getting taken for 6 there, is that he's got a batsman playing, and he's got batsmen taken on the field. There are men out there, particularly on that onside to the right-hander. He might fancy himself here as Brad Hope faces up.
I'll bowl from Darcy.
Well, he plays this role for the Hobart Hurricanes. He often comes in and just bowls 1 or 2 overs just to sneak in a bit of change of momentum of the match, really give him more options in part of the innings. So he's doing the same.
Short over on a Brad Hope. Full toss. Tucked away down to mid-on for 1. Good start from Darcy. None for 8 of his first. 5 overs done. CA11, 3 for 19. Now, Joel, attention now turns to the CDU top end T20s. Who are you most looking forward to seeing from a team perspective, but also player-wise as well?
Well, certainly for us, it's really important to have the Northern Territory team playing again. So great to have the NT Strike back in action, and some of our past alumni who have gone on to bigger and better things in Darcy Short and Tom Andrews. Great to see them here playing with some young guys. Speaking of which, it looks like we've got Hamish Martin coming on to bowl, and we've got young Tom Menzies as well, who's doing some great things. So that's a real highlight for us to have that experience with those new up-and-comers coming through. But also great to see some Big Bash teams here in the top-end T20 series as well, with the likes of the Renegades and the Stars and their academy teams. So we think that's great. And international flavour too with PNG. So there's plenty on offer for cricket fans in the time of year.
Awesome.
There absolutely is. Hamish Martin, he's had 37 wickets for Darwin Cricket Club already this season, the left armour.
Played for the Southern Storm in the CDU Men's Strike League.
And had to be close to the leading wicket taker. He might have got pipped by Wes Agar, but he's done very well.
Just begins his work there now to Brad Hope. The pair both 8 unbeaten after a crescendo of wickets has fallen. In comes Martin again. Just looking to steady after what was 2 wickets for 1 in the first over off Corey Kelly. The only run that did come off that bowling was a wide. It was Menzies looked likely all over, and it crescendoed in a wicket for himself as well. He was caught very sharply by Ash Chandrasinghe, who feels like he just can't do a thing wrong. Every match he's having his moment. It's Martin in once more. Keeping it pretty tight. Another strike. They've got a bit more protection now to not let off any boundaries where they can. But you'd certainly give them the points off the power play. As that one's inside edge, just squeaks through the pads of Mitch Owen. And they'll scurry through for 2.
Got plenty of tricks, Hamish. That one a bit quicker. Change of pace. I think that well and truly bit Brad Hope. You notice on your screen those dot ball after dot ball, that required run weight just very quickly. Not out of hand, but heading upwards.
So we see some fielding adjustments here. The fine man brought up. Short fine leg, mid-wicket and a square leg out in the deep on the onside and a long on. And it's played to that man at long on there. We've also, while we've got phenomenal professional competitions that are run at the top level, we've also got the Indigenous Carnival tomorrow, Joel, which is an exciting moment for a lot of local Indigenous kids and creates that pathway for them too, doesn't it?
It sure does. Fantastic support from the Airport Development Group who run the ADG Indigenous Cricket Program with us, and looking forward to seeing them all in action tomorrow. It's going to have girls and boys from all over the top ends running around and mixing with the Renegades and Stars players who are up here as well, which is fantastic. So it's a reward for those kids and the school programs who have embraced cricket over the last couple of months, and get to see them running around on this oval where the big stars are playing, and also to rub shoulders with some of those Big Bash players. So fantastic support, and great to see an opportunity for young Indigenous boys and girls to get involved in cricket.
Most certainly. And it's Airport Development Group who help the Cricket 365 program through not only its sponsorship of the Indies program, as we end the 6th over there, 3 for 24.
Looks like we've got a change of ends for Tom Menzies. Miles. He's going to be bowling from the Abala Road end. I think we're seeing a bit of a mini rebuild from the CA11.
Certainly, he looked pretty sharp in his opening salvo. What can he do in his second? Bowling to Owen. He's swinging and missing an expansive shot outside. Off.
Now, Joel, how good are these fireworks?
It's been fantastic, hasn't it? It's good. We'll expect to see a couple more with sixes, but plenty of wickets, so they're going off, which is great to celebrate the NT with the milestones and taking of the wickets in. And I think it just adds to the atmosphere. Great crowd along, and the T20 World Cup trophies here too, so it's been a great night.
Menzies. And again, that one's short. It's slapped away. It'll fall short of the man at square leg. They'll be looking to stop the 2. It's a sharp throw, but not quite enough as it comes into Kudra to stop the second. Sharp running there from CA11. Takes their total to 26.
Plenty of oohs and ahs on the hill when those fireworks went off for the first couple of times. Brilliant addition.
And I dare say there'll be more to come one way or the other, whether it's boundaries or wickets. It's all happening here. What can Menzies produce on his third delivery? Shortish again. This time it's almost skewed the gap, but some fine fielding,
Good
but
effort.
not fine enough. That'll go for 4.
Alex Bleakley out there, great effort.
It's the first time they've been able to get Tom Menzies away, and it's important that we don't forget, I should say, that he's only 16 years old. He played in the NT side of the National Cricket Australia Championships, Under-19 Championships, and made the team of the series. So he's got plenty of promise, and he's taken a wicket earlier. He can move the ball both ways, and you just feel, even though he's gone for a boundary, if he bowls another couple of overs, he could be the one to really put CA11 to the sword. So it's an important spell here for Tom Menzies, and if the change of end works for the NT, it'll go a long way to winning the game.
Bowled beautifully on Sunday evening for the Northern Tide.
Wanting to bounce back here, comes steaming in once more, Fuller this time. It's played out to the man. Backward point, deep backward point.
16 years old. That's crazy. Which means he probably went to school today, has to go to school tomorrow. Back to reality, playing for the NT tonight against Cricket Australia and back in the books at school tomorrow.
I can see his family up on the hill there as well, very proud. A cricket-loving family. His father, Braden, plays for the same cricket club, and he's often trying to hit sixes himself on the Sunday, and he's got some younger brothers running around as well, so plenty of talent in the family, and great to see them all here tonight supporting him.
Family watching on. Menzies fallen, almost fielding his own bowling there, and probably got a hand to it to slow it down. It's been a fruitful over, though, for CA11, who've just managed to make some inroads. Pushing on to 32 now. I suppose it's worth noting, it always makes one think back, what were they doing? What were you doing at 16? And very few people will be bowling to and playing against cricketers of this calibre. High achiever, no doubt. Finishing off his over here, Tom Menzies. Just back to him there. Solid, strong finish.
Joel, thank you so much for joining us.
My pleasure. Thank you very much for coming along and calling the game tonight. You're both doing an outstanding job, and great to see you supporting Territory Cricket, and go the NT Strike.
There you go. Final words there from Joel Morrison, who does a fantastic job here at NT Cricket. We hope you're enjoying, wherever you're watching along from, a scintillating game of cricket. CA11 going at 4 on the dot and over after 7. They're 3 for 32.
Looks like Hamish Martin is going to get a second over from the Darwin International Airport end.
As he said, a very fruitful series in the Strike League. Bowling well in district competitions. That one's fuller. Just tossing it up there.
You won't be happy with that. Mitchie Owen got away with that one. Hamish Martin, full toss. Plenty of coverage on the leg side, but he'll back himself in to clear the boundary.
Martin in once more. And that one's beaten the fielder. That will probably go to the man at long on. Indeed it is. Just a single. 3 for 33. Don't know if you're a believer in omens, but when a score's like that, it's a palindrome, I think they call it. Back to front, front to back, reads the same way. I think interesting, because it's threes, if you flip them upside down, it would almost read the same way too. Don't check me on that one though, Geordie. In comes Martin. Sharp fielding there in the ring.
Tommy Andrews.
And that's what Strike have to do. Every facet of this innings, it's shaping up to be an incredibly tight match. Nothing coming easy. Dead ball there. False start. Gives us a bit of time to build up. No wickets for Martin as yet. Is that one? Probably off the pad, so. Just wait for the umpire's confirmation. I called a wide.
Very rare wide from Hamish Martin.
Slightly looser over with that full toss to start it off. And now the wide just needs to get himself back on track here.
Quicker one. Play down the mid-off. Just for one.
Brad Hope and Mitch Owen have steadied here nicely. Just after what was a very chaotic start at 3 for 7. Pulling things back a little bit.
Good partnership, as you mentioned, Miles. 29, the current partnership between Hope and Owen.
Was Hope getting off the mark with an inside edge for 4 as he gets another single there to take his total to 18. So he looked a little edgy, I guess you could say. I'm trying to look for another word other than edge, given he's edged it, but he was a stressful start to his innings in at the crease much earlier than he had anticipated. But he steadied nicely here. That's the end of the over. 3 for 38.
Another good over from Hamish Martin. Going at 5.5. Pretty smart tactics here, I think, from Brad Hope and Mitch Owen. Not taking any silly risks. No need to still.
I'm trying to, as we've noted already, steady after a tumultuous start.
We're going to have Tom Andrews bowling from the Ubala Road end. As mentioned earlier, plays for Tasmania. It's great to have him up in Darwin, playing for the NT Strike.
Couple of spinning options now. See Darcy Short had an over himself.
Ooh, nice bit of flight there from Andrews.
Opening salvo, just the 2 runs from it. They'll be hoping he can back it up with another really tight over. Half a consideration for the second, but decided against in the end.
No, it's a little bit early still, Miles, but I just feel the game's in the balance here. Another couple of wickets for the NT Strike. 5 for 50. Or is it going to be sort of 3 for 60 and 70 and CA11 cruise to victory? Games here for the taking now.
So just work through, really pushing anything here, CA11. Just, I suppose that's the advent of their really strong bowling performance in the first innings. It means they don't have to rush. They've lost those 3 wickets early, but they've been able to stabilise, and it's a very achievable run rate that they've got to compete. It's played in once more, and Hohen and Hope just turning over the strike here, and both settling nicely, really nicely. In fact, they look quite comfortable at the crease, frankly.
Plenty of gaps out there, Miles. 5 fielders out. That's good running. Again, no silly risks.
And with the game in the balance, I guess you've got to, for Matt Hammond, he's got to start thinking about, okay, what am I doing to make sure that after our good start, I'm not letting this slip away from me? What are our go-tos? What are our options? Where's the next wicket coming? So that one's played nicely on the back foot, out to cover. Because Brad Hope and Mitch Owen, they can just keep churning through at this rate. The end of the over. 9 done, 3 for 43.
You make a good point, Miles. Still only 62 runs to play with, so we'd love to see have a couple more fielders inside that ring. Bit more attacking, bit more aggressive. Don't give them that easy single.
And Charles Darwin University can cater to a range of educational needs, whether it's short-term courses or longer stays at the university. It's in the top 2 in Australia for graduate outcomes. As Matt Hammond himself comes into the bowling, the captain. Speaking about what kind of variation we might see in this bowling lineup, his introduction to bowl the 10th over. That one's right up in the block hole and just hit back to him.
Just keep an eye on how quick Matt Hammond gets through his overs here. Wouldn't mind putting a timer on. Bang, back at his mark, he's going again.
It's a bit fuller. Single from it.
He's one of the best we've seen getting through the overs, Matt Hammond. You watch this. Ready to go again.
No adjustments for the right-hander. 2 men out deep on the onside. 3, in fact, with a long on. Slight misfield, but he's quick to it. It's far too close to the bowler. He was doing his own fielding anyway for Mitch Owen and Brad Hope to consider the run. That one's very full and coming in, and it's just beat the man in short, Darcy Short, in fact it is.
That's a good indication of what the tactics are here. You got a full toss, but happy just to nestle it down to Long on for one. No, again, no need to take the risk.
Tossing it up there because he's got men out there. This one's good length. Just return to him. Quality stuff here from Matt Hammond.
Only 2 off it so far, Miles. 1 ball remaining.
Let's see how it all concludes.
It's a good over. Good finish from Hammond. Only 3 off it. He'll be happy with that, the skipper. 10 overs down. CA11, 3 for 46.
They're cruising along. And my question to you, Geordie, once we see the top end T20 CDU series wrap up, if you could go anywhere in the world, I'm giving you a ticket anywhere from Darwin Airport, courtesy of the Airport Development Group. Where are you going?
I think I'm going to Hawaii, Miles.
Oh, true. I've never been. Have you?
No.
Oh, here you go. It'll be well, I might try and tack on with you.
You coming?
Yeah, well, the Airport Development Group, they certainly do support a lot of great things. Far more worthy than a Hawaii trip for the commentators of NT cricket fixtures. As we see the halfway mark now. 10 for 36, Darcy Short coming back into the attack.
He sure is. He's bowling to Mitch Owen. He just played that down to deep point for 1. Darcy, 8 off his first over. I don't think he'd be overly happy with that.
He did get launched for 6 from Mitch Owen.
2 right-hand batsmen at the crease, hitting with the spin. He's bowling to Hope. He's short. Just ease on the front foot for a dot ball.
It's good fielding from Matt Hammond. They need that. They need to keep it tight.
You can see the quite hot and sweaty Darcy. Dewey Knight, DXC Arena. He's bowling to Hope. Played off the back foot. Out towards square leg. Just the single. You'll see a lot of the players out in the field at the moment with those towels, just trying to keep that Duke's ball as dry as they can. Not easy to bowl with when the dew settles in, or to field with for that matter. Try to keep it as dry as possible. See Darcy drying his hands. He's bowling to Owen.
It's about 76% humidity. 27 degrees out there still, so it's an indication it's almost like playing cricket in the subcontinent.
Yes, that's right. You didn't mishear that, watchers and listeners from down south. It is 8:31 local time and 27 degrees.
It's life in the top end.
A short. He's bowling to Owen. Going down the ground. Powerful hitting from Mitch Owen. That'll be 4. Great shot. Takes him to 25 off 28. CA11. 3 for 52.
Yeah, powerful shot there. And fireworks off the field to mark it. Just wonder how close Darcy Short got to that as it was hit back pretty hard. How wide of him it was. It's been taken for boundaries twice now.
In comes Darcy. Last ball of the over. He's bowling to Owen. He's just played it down towards long off for 1. Fielded by Ash Chandrasinghe. That's over. 11 overs done. CA11, 3 for 53. Chasing 105 for victory.
And with 7 off that over, it's a handy one for CA11, just as they try to reposition this run rate to closer to a runner ball. 54 remaining, and they need 51 from them.
Looks like Tom Andrews is going to continue from the Darwin International Airport end. Again, obvious statement, Miles, but they need a wicket now. They need a wicket, the NT strike.
Still got 3 men deep on the onside, 2 on the off. Long off and cover. On the onside, it's a mid-wicket square and long on.
Tom Andrews. He's bowling to Owen. Playing just off the front foot. Fielded by cover for 1.
You bang on there, Geordie. A wicket is what's going to slow this down once more. Brad Hope and Mitch Owen have both faced between them just shy of 60 deliveries.
Andrews into Hope. Playing off the front foot again, out towards that deepish cover region for one. Yeah, the NT strike just can't let this game fizzle out. Give them the easy singles. They only need a runner ball, less than a runner ball at 5.77. These two seem to be doing it easy. As Andrews, he's bowling to Owen, full toss. Played down to long off for one again.
And I wonder now with the surge available to C11, let's say they get through to 70 by the 12th over. So we see another delivery.
Andrews into Hope. Just propping on the front foot is Hope. Dot ball. Sorry, Miles.
Or do you start to see perhaps call the surge, try to get another quick set of runs to perhaps really work on the net run rate? This is a small competition, and it's very possible to finish on the same amount of wins.
Andrews into Hope. Oh, so that's fair to say it's an edge. Thickish edge. Dot ball.
Perhaps it's net run rate that ends up dividing teams.
It's interesting. Do you take it now or soonish when you've got two set batsmen to the crease?
Might just be some food for thought.
Andrews in for his last ball of the over. He's bowling to Hope. Just flicking it away. Down to long on for one. That's over. 12 overs done. CA11, 3 for 57.
7 wickets in hand, thinking through the equation about whether or not it's perhaps too risky. What do you lose when you're going at less than a run, when you need to less than a run a ball, or a runner ball, I should say? It's perhaps one of those ones where you can look to just try to set yourself up well for the competition. We've got some really talented sides with the Renegades and Stars Academy, and of course, the left of field prospect, Papua New Guinea. They've got a team competing in this top-end T20 series.
Looks like the skipper, Matt Hammond's bringing his strike bowler back on. Corey Kelly's going to bowl from the Abala Road end. Good call. Need a wicket. Bring your strike bowler on.
Let's have a look and see how this field sets up. Some adjustments being made. Got a third man in a cover. Square leg and a fine leg. Mid wickets come well up. No long on or long off. Both men up as well on the ring.
Kelly. Bowling to Hope. Dot ball. 2 for 3 of 2 overs. Score at 2.1, I should say. Corey Kelly, very impressive figures. We've had a few bowlers with very impressive figures this evening. Who needs to do a job for his team here? Does Corey Kelly. He runs away from us. He's bowling to Brad Hope.
That's sharp.
Dot ball.
Reckon he's gotten a hand to that to slow it down to skipper Matt Hammond.
Amazing again, the start of this over, the required run rate was 6. 2 dot balls has creeped up to 6.26. Might seem like a minor increase, but these dot balls bring pressure and increases that run rate required. It's Kelly. He's bowling to Hope. This is the single. Not be happy with that. NT strike.
Well, it's the next best thing, isn't it? If you're not going to take a wicket, if you can at least restrict your opposition from scoring, particularly when there's lots of areas to work singles through.
Brings Mitch Owen on strike. Big, powerful hitter. I think we'll see him start to be a bit more aggressive soon. He's facing Kelly. Give himself a bit of room. It's only going to be a single, though. Down to long on.
And as you say, he made lots of footwork for himself early there to just allow himself the space to tee up. Didn't really end up finding middle on the bat, though.
I think we'll find him start to be a bit more aggressive. 29 for 32 off Owen. Brad Hope, who's going to face this next delivery, 25 off 34. And he's facing Corey Kelly from the Abala Road end.
It's a nice full delivery.
Oh, well fielded. Nicely done from Tarsi Short. One-handed pick up and throw. It's only one to Hope. Nice bit of pressure from the fielding team.
Martin backing up well there. Final delivery here. Just the 3 from the over thus far.
Corey Kelly's got to finish well here. Last ball, the over, as you mentioned. I think the last ball that Mitch Owen faced looked a bit more aggressive. See what he does here. He's facing Kelly. It's a full toss on the legs. It's only going to be a single, fielded by Darcy Short. 13 overs done here at DXC Arena. CA11, 3 for 61.
Charles Darwin University, top 2 for graduate outcomes across the country of any university, and there are many in the tertiary sector. But Charles Darwin University, whether it's short-term courses, or rather short-term courses, unless they're teaching witchcraft, I don't think they're doing anything around curses. If it's short-term courses or any other length degree, Charles Darwin University's got you covered with great graduate outcomes. Plenty of options to enrol there, should you choose to. And they're a proud sponsor of Cricket 365.
Crowd's not going anywhere here at DXC Arena, Miles. If my maths are correct, 44 runs on 42 deliveries.
That's right.
So, game on. Just over a run a ball needed. But we found that when the new batsman comes to the crease this evening, it hasn't been easy. So, a wicket or two here for the NT strike. And it's game on. We've got Hamish Martin. He's bowling to Mitch Owen. It's a dot ball. Bit of a crowd catch. A few appeals. I think there's no doubt about who the crowd here at DXC Arena are going for, Miles.
They're back in the territory. Tough strike.
Martin in again to Owen. It's a full toss. Umpire's called a no ball. It's been taken. Doesn't matter. He's got to get it in. It could be a run out on. There's some fireworks go off, but it won't matter. The umpire's called no ball and a free hit. Bit to dissect there, Miles.
Yeah, crucially, he scored the free hit. Now, it looked like there was almost a half a chance of a run out, and I dare say had there been just a little bit more urgency, I wonder if I think it was Sam Fanning. It was Anton Nakvi, I believe, who took the catch.
We're going to see a replay here. Let's dissect this. So the no ball's been called for a waist high. And the catch has then been taken by Nakvi. They've celebrated. A bit of confusion with the batsman. Nakvi's got it in and a run-out chance. That was also not out. But, next ball. This is a free hit coming from Mitch Owen. Brad Hope, I should say, had the free hit. I'm a bit confused up here as well. 1 run to Brad Hope.
Didn't quite get a hold of that. Just the 2 runs from it in the end. Was all a little bit crazy. Didn't mind Martin throwing it up there. Just a little bit more match awareness from Nakvi to whip that ball in quicker, though.
Martin into Owen. He's sweeping. Chased by Michael Kudra, the keeper. A good chase by Kudra. We've got 1 leg by. Calls umpire Nathan Johnston. He's up from Perth, the Cricket Australia National Panel umpire. Great to have Nathan in town. We haven't just got the best cricketers in town. We've also got the best umpires around Australia.
Yeah, and not just on umpires. Obviously, Rudy Kurtzon's passing a tragic moment for the cricket world, and condolences to the family.
Absolutely. Martin, he's bowling to Hope. It's a sweep shot. Bit of work to do for the square leg fielder. He's coming around. Here's Dylan Brasher. We're going to come back for 3. Good running from the CA11. 3 runs to Brad Hope.
Ball didn't move too quickly there, so Brasher had time to get around, but had a fair track to cover, as you mentioned. It's been a bit more expensive this over. Already 7 from it.
2 balls remaining. The Martin over. He's bowling to Mitch Owen. It's a quicker one. It's beaten the bat. Dot ball. Nice keeping there from Michael Kudra, the man from Nycliffe Career Club. Got a field change here. We've got long off or mid off coming into the circle. A bit more pressure. Don't want to give him that easy single. Martin, last ball of the over. Into Owen, giving himself a bit of room. Played to cover. Just for one, that's over. 14 overs down. CA11, 3 for 69.
The tunes are pumping on the hill. They probably can't be heard over at Darwin Airport, even though they are at a healthy volume. It's the Airport Development Group that sponsors Cricket 365 and the Indigenous Cricket Program. A lot of great work connecting First Nations youngsters, boys and girls, with the game we love. It's all thanks to the Airport Development Group. Also putting up a fair few players over the Strike League, and I imagine so the same with the top-end T20 series at their Mercure and Novotel hotels during the airport precinct.
Crucial time in this match, Miles. The skipper's bring himself on. Matt Hammond is going to bowl from the Abala Road end, and he's going to bowl to Mitch Owen. Foolish delivery. Driven down to Ash Chandrasinghe at long off, just for one.
It's 35 off 35 now. Run a ball once more. Had a good opening over.
Hammond, he's bowling to Brad Hope now. Again, full toss. But just the single down to long on. From an NT strike perspective, you don't want to see this game just fizzle out. We need a couple more wickets.
And I guess for them, it's about thinking, and Matt Hammond has a huge part to play in this.
He's bowling Owen, he's reversed him. It's hit him on the pad. Rob Stewart says it's out. That's a big wicket. Mitch Owen, he's out for LBW, 33 off 40. As you can see, the fireworks in the background. Big wicket for the NT strike. And with Owen's departure, CA11, 4 for 71. Replay, Miles.
Look at that, the reverse sweep he went for, and it was an odd shot, I dare say. You know, usually these things are preempted. I think he was just a bit slow getting to it and ran out of time in the end. Hammond traps him, plumb LB. Huge wicket, breathed life into a game that just looked like it was slipping away. Now to run a ball. That partnership, well, it was worth, 64 runs there. They did very well, did they, Brad Hope and Mitch Owen, just to wrestle them back from what was a precarious position into a really tough spot.
Looks like we've got Sam Rahali coming to the crease for the CA11 from South Australia. Been playing for the Desert Blaze up here in the CDU Men's Strike League. Also had the chance to go over to the Tiwi Island Retreat over there, do a bit of fishing while he's been up here. I know he had a great time, but he's got his work cut out for him here as Sam Rahali. Crucial wicket.
I'd love to see potentially Menzies re-enter the attack from the other end. Now that this wicket's fallen, I mean, Corey Kelly's been the strike bowler, but Menzies been really good for mine.
What can the skipper do here? Matt Hammond. 1 for 5 of his 1.3. Big wicket of Mitch Owen. He's got the capacity to take the game away from you. In comes Hammond. Rahali facing his first ball. It's a dot ball. Back into his crease was Rahali.
Crowd's up. They sense it. That was huge.
Great encouragement from the crowd here at DXC Arena. Hammond is bowling to Rahali. Playing on the front foot down to long on for a single. Bit of tension in the air here, Miles. You can just feel it.
Well, Brad Hope's got a big job here. He's got to use that 38 balls at the crease to guide his team home.
Hammond. Ooh.
Mancat-esque.
Very interesting.
It's been called dead, though.
Just a friendly warning from Hammond to Rahali. Hammond comes into Hope. Pass ball the over. Well bowled Hammond. Dot ball. 1 for 6 of his 2 overs. 15 overs down. CA11. 4 for 72.
Now, by no means a fait accompli at 33 off 30 that CA11 will get over the line here. That wicket has really changed it, and we've discussed it throughout this match about the tactics of calling surge plays. As we see Matt Hammond perhaps just discussing with the umpire.
I think it's Darcy Short from the Darwin International Airport. Interchange of ends for Darcy.
There's 2 overs, both have been taken for boundaries. One, a huge 6, and another 4 that was whacked past his head. As Darcy Short gets into his work, he needs to have something tighter than what he served up tonight.
Nice for Matt Hammond to captain the call on the experience of Darcy. 5 overs remaining. Every ball from here is crucial. As you can see, the umpire had a bit of a giggle down that end on the screen.
If you can keep it at 3 or 2, you'd even call that a win for the strike. So try a drop and run, but no such luck for Rahali. He's just looking to turn the strike over to his experienced partner at the other end in hope. He's faced 39 deliveries. Short in once more. Reverse sweep and almost attempted an appeal for a stumping. Don't think it will yield anything. That back foot looked pretty well rooted to the ground there.
Great bit of work again by Kudra.
I wonder if the CA11 need to call a bit of a temporary moratorium on the reverse sweep, because it's not yielding them much at the moment. Short in again. That one's played in. Short will be fielding. He'll have to work quick to make sure there's not a second. And he is. Good movement there. Just moved above 7 and over the required run rate.
It's amazing, isn't it? A few dot balls again, Miles, that required run rate.
1 from it thus far, this over. A wicket would really be powerful here. Brad Hope facing up his 40th delivery. He just pushes it past the bowler there. A little bit slow down there was Darcy Short. With Hope there, you dare say CA11 can give themselves up to about 8 and over, and it's still very much within distance for them. Of course, they've got the power surge they can call on still. If it gets beyond that, I think it gets very tricky, even with Hope in. Rahali facing up now. Playing outside off of that one, almost dabbing at it, really.
Dot balls like gold here, Miles.
Short's got a smile. The K-Town King, just 3 hours south of here. Proud town of Catherine, or if you ask some of the older generation, is it Catherine? Either way, it's Short bowling. There's no doubt about his name. That one's been launched. Won't make the boundary. It'll reach the fielder with 1 bounce. Chandra Singh serving it back in. Single to finish the over. And that's 4 for 75. 3 from it. Handy work there. Short's best over by a long way.
Great over from Darcy. Have a look at the chat here in the middle. We got who's going to bowl the next one. I think the power surge has been called too, Miles. You can see umpire Rob Stewart in the background there, waving his hands around and arms around. Looks like the CA11 have called for the power surge, which means, well, the power surge is an additional 2 overs where the fielding team can only now have 2 players outside the inner circle. So I think we'll find Matt Hammond and the fielding team take their time to get this right, with their 2 fielders outside that inner circle. Looks like the skipper in Hammond is going to bowl.
Fair enough. He took a crucial wicket. He's been really tight as well. So I think particularly with, obviously, with the power surge now being called, it's a decent time to have someone who's been proven and economical thus far.
We've got a deep square leg and a long on of the 2 men outside the inner circle.
In comes Hammond for his 3rd over. And that one's launched. That could well be a catch. Oh, bounces just short. And it's a very cruel bounce because I think it will just about, yes, it will run away for 4. Gosh, that's unlucky for the strike. The shot was scooped up in the air and it just bounces short of the man who was roving it mid-on. And the bounce just put a bit of extra juice on it. Runs away for 4 crucial runs and very handy for CA11. Rahaley, he gets his first boundary. He moves to 7. Score 4 for 79. Gosh, that's unlucky.
Just a pitching wedge from Sam.
Tom Menzies was the man in question, shifting around very quickly.
I think that dew is well and truly settled here at DXC Arena. You see Matt Hammond taking his time to dry the ball.
Comes in once more, reverse sweep. There's an appeal to the umpire. It's out! There he goes on his way, Rahaley, after hitting a boundary. He's gone, and almost a carbon copy of the wicket before. A reverse sweep ending terribly. The wicket falls, 5 for 79. And the NT strike, they refuse to die. They refuse to give up. Here's the replay. Geordie, talk us through it.
Going for a reverse was Rahaley. Looks pretty good from that angle. Again, no hesitation from umpire Rob Stewart. Putting the finger up. Game on. The DXC Arena, Miles.
Certainly is, and I've just got to wonder why, oh why. I mean, this, you know, I'm not saying that I'm not a Luddite or against creative stroke play, but what has it yielded there? We've had a close stumping and 2 LBWs off the reverse sweep. That's what this shot has produced thus far. I think it's got to be on when it's on, but nonetheless, Josh Khan comes to the wicket.
Senior player coming to the crease for the CA11. He's no stranger to the big time. Playing for the Hobart Hurricanes last year in the BBL. The captain of the Southern Storm in the CDU Men's Strike League and plays at Tracy Village in the Darwin and District Cricket Competition.
Yeah, he's had a handy innings as well in the 365 comp. 470 at 47 he was. Very tidy showing. With 5 half centuries. Nonetheless.
But he's out in the cauldron now, Miles. Got a job to do.
Oh, certainly. 22 balls we've got to play. 26 runs.
It's amazing the power surge, doesn't it? Power surge can bring a wicket.
They almost deserved that one after the misfortune on the first delivery. Hammond comes in once more.
Well fielded, Hamish Martin.
That's tight fielding there. And they need that. As we say, Rahaley, the delivery before it, just scooped one that bounced short and then ran away for 4 from the man at mid-on.
Look at this. This is Hammond getting through his overs. That's 2 quick ones. That's 2 dots.
Five for 79. Hammond, 2 more deliveries. That one's going to beat the fielder. Will it beat the man who's a bit wider, Chandra Singh? He does well to keep it in.
Well fielded, Ash.
And then it's launched back. Tom Menzies. 2 from it. 5 for 81. So 6 from this over thus far. A wicket's fallen. They need a dot here, you dare say, just to finish off what's been a fairly handy over, particularly given the fielding restrictions that are in play. Captain Matt, what's he got? That's nice. It'll be a single. It's all been through that mid-off region. Overcalled. Who'll have the second in the power surge?
Who have we got, Miles? Corey Kelly's still got 1 over left. Tom Menzies 2 overs. Tommy Andrews 1 over. Darcy Short 1 over. And Hamish Martin 1 over. So
a few options. You think Matt Hammond, he's got to bowl another, I think, given what he's produced already. With 3 left, pace. The trouble with pace in a power surge is that if you get the edge, you do get a lot of value for your shot, probably more sometimes than a shot's even worth too, right? So does strike consider, I mean, it looks like there's a pace option from where Kudra's shaping up.
I think it's going to be Corey Kelly.
He's been the strike bowler. He's taken 2 wickets at a tidy clip. So don't mind that. And what a wicket would do here, particularly the wicket of hope, you'd actually give it in terms of momentum to the strike. That would be huge. Because the problem for CA11 is that this is the over where they've got advantageous fielding positions. Got a few extra runs to make up now. Still a bit more than a run a ball. 23 off 18. Big discussions here. Quite robust between them. See that towel in hand. I mentioned earlier the dew.
Of course, we're still under power surge conditions, so only 2 fielders are allowed outside that inner circle. We've got a deep mid-off and a deep cover to the right-hander in Josh Khan.
Khan facing up now. It's full. That's going to be runs. Will it be 6 or 4 is the question. 1 bounce for... That's big. 2 full. Full toss from Kelly. And Khan sees that well.
Yeah, unfortunately, a player of Josh's calibre isn't going to miss out on that. As we see the replay here, he caught it beautifully, Miles. Full toss. He ain't going to miss out on that, is Josh.
And you just can't bowl a delivery like that when you've got a field that's not at all equipped to deal with it. You know, if you had the man at mid-wicket, you could almost say, gosh, it's a left-of-field strategy, but perhaps you're trying to induce the batsman. Certainly it was an accident or a mistake from Kelly there. He's got to bounce back here. What's he got? Early footwork from Khan, but he's found the man, that mid-on, the right-hander.
That dew might also be playing a bit of havoc for the bowler. Gets a bit wet, starts slipping out of the hand a little bit of a bar of soap. You can see again, and some Nakvi on screen there, working really hard to keep that Duke's ball as dry as possible. It's not easy for the bowler or the fielder.
Kelly. What's he got? Movement again from Khan. He's picked out the fielder, but I think it might have been a drop catch. Indeed it is. You can tell from the reactions. Put down there.
Looks like Josh has done a bat too. He's calling to the change rooms. We'll see a replay here.
And Nakvi, the fielder in question. It's fairly regulation catch. Perhaps that slippery delivery. But in a game that's so tight, you've got to be taking chances that come to you like that. As we see it, as you well spotted there, Geordie.
Like for like. Got a couple of grey nickels, does Josh.
Now, the dot ball's a good outcome for NT Strike, but they probably can't help but think of what was missed there. It's been 5 thus far from this over. Sorry, 4 thus far from this over. The 18th, the second of the power surge. Hard going here, it's really tight. Khan is moving his feet quickly though. Watch Kelly come in. He's hit that one straight and he's beaten the fielder there. That'll be 4 more. Expansive stroke play. Somewhat risky, but he's getting reward. Another boundary, 5 for 90.
Clever batting from Khan, giving himself a bit of room again. Pretty risk-free shot, really, over cover. He's not going to miss out on that again. See a replay. It was a lowish full toss.
And Khan's come in and, you know, obviously got very lucky to be dropped by Nakvi, but at the same breath, you have to acknowledge that he's played it well, hitting 2 boundaries, finding the boundary twice. Not too many deliveries to his name already. He's negotiating a high-pressure situation well, probably drawing on a lot of experience that he had in the Strike League playing in limited overs. Here's Kelly. What can he deliver? It's full of this one. That's going to beat the fielder as well. It may well clear the rope. We'll just see with the umpire for clarification. It's a bit of a question. It's called 4 once more. So now 11 from 13.
And not to harp on that drop catch, but it's a prime example of how important taking your catches are. At 8 runs from the 2 balls post that drop catch. And that hurts. Josh Khan really making the NT strike pay.
Finding the rope 3 times already this over. Striking the ball very nicely. What's Kelly got? Finishing his spell. Oh, he's got a wicket! Leg stump taken, and boy, oh boy, 694. It's going one way, it's going that way. We've got a tight match. Khan gone 15 off 10. Just when CA11 were getting home. Corey Kelly, well, he's got a bit of a gregarious smile on his face. He probably should have had his man earlier in the over, but he's got him now.
Looks like this might have been a nice in-swinger from Kelly. Yeah, just moved away, hit the leg stump. Nice bowling. Targeting the stumps. Good death bowling from Corey Kelly. Massive wicket. He was looking dangerous, was Khan.
Certainly was. Now Shrivastava coming to the crease. The wicket keeper comes in at a stressful time in the match. Of course, we've seen certainly Khan adapted well until he was out. And you just cannot keep this game out of reach for the strike.
Look how many players around the stumps here at the bowlers end, Miles. You got Andrews, Kudra, Short, Hammond, Chandrasinghe, all working together to make a decision. They know how crucial. There's only 12 balls to go. Every ball's crucial, but every single decision they make from here on end.
Now the advantage for CA11 is that Hope will be taking strike here. As Hammond, he'll bowl himself out. And completely understand why. He's really brought his team back into it, taking some crucial wickets. First he got the man in, Mitch Owen.
Okay, Miles, no fence sitting allowed. Who you on?
I think I give it just to CA11 here with Hope in, with 11 from 12. He should be able to get it done, but strike, they never say die. Single from it. We've got fielders back out now. They might just try a second. Shrivastava, he's sent back. Now here's where Hammond has to absolutely tie him down. Be interested to see. None of the men will be coming in just yet.
I think you've nailed it, Miles. I don't think the NT strike will mind seeing that single. They've got to build some pressure now onto the new batsman.
What about yourself, Geordie? How do you see it?
I'm with you. CA11, all hopes riding on hope.
No pun intended. Here's Hammond, the captain, to Shrivastava. Playing and missing. This is getting tight. We've got 10 more. 10 runs to win, 9 to tie. It would take it to a super over. As Shrivastava, he finds a single there. Coming to the fly to the delivery.
Are you happy with the field here, Miles? Maybe a field or two more in the circle, a bit more aggressive.
I just think with Hope on strike, it's well worth keeping the men out.
Well fielded.
That's tight fielding off his bowling. The fans have let him know they like it. His teammates have let him know they like it. He has led by example with this ball in hand. Hammond has been crucial to the strike innings in just shifting momentum as the game was slipping away. He's got Hope on strike again, who's playing, and he's just beat Hammond there. Chandrasinghe, they're going for a second. It's going to the keeper's end. I just wonder if they should have gone bowler's end. Bit of a loopy throw. Too much air, not quite enough direction. Good running from CA11. 7 to win.
7 off 6. Sorry, 7 off 7.
Precisely right. Now, game will certainly go down to the last over unless there's a no ball and a boundary or a wide, but at this rate, it'll go to the death. And Hammond leaping again, but not quite able to stop the single. Now, CA11 very happy for themselves with that. They need 6 off the last over, and they've got Hope 36 off 44. He's the man you'd want shaping up.
Important single, that last ball too, for the CA11. That'll keep Brad Hope on strike for the last over. Who bowls it, Miles? Looks like it's going to be Tommy Andrews. The experienced Tasmanian and Northern Territorian.
Perhaps they're just thinking that with pace you can again, it's that, we've said it before, being able to get a few more runs from an edge. If you're mishitting a ball off the spin, it's pretty hard to clear the rope, let alone the ring. It's huge here. Every ball obviously counts. 5 runs obviously would deliver a super over. Wouldn't even be the first we've had this year at DXC Arena. We had another one go down to the last ball between the Blaze and the Cyclones. Cyclones took Southern Storm to a super over in the Strike League. One thing is for certain, this wicket is producing huge matches. Andrews is taken for a single by Hope. Will they push for a second? They will. They'll need to be quick at the keeper's end, but the throw was loose.
Good running from the CA11. How good's this, Miles? Another final over thriller at DXC Arena. 4 or 5.
What can Andrews produce? Gosh, a wicket would make things very interesting. Hope now is connecting. He's probably not going to beat the boundary rope. Wheeled back in just for the one.
That brings the new batsman on strike too.
That's right.
Stava. There's pressure everywhere you look. Obviously on the batsman. Tommy Andrews, the bowler, our 2 umpires, the fielders. No one wants to make the mistake.
And Shrivastava, though, I admire his running and work to get through between wickets. Hasn't looked as solid with the bat, and understandable with only 2 deliveries faced thus far. What's Andrews got for him? That one's mishit. It's an inside edge, and it'll just beat the keeper, Kudra, to get the single. That's a handy run. They move ever closer. Really, a wicket is almost a necessity at this point, because the last delivery will be hit and run no matter where the ball lands. They can get a single here. They tie it up. More than that, they win it. Just 2 to win, 1 to tie. What's Andrews got? He needs to produce something big here. It's tossed up. He's found the fielder.
Dot ball.
And no run taken.
2.
That's massive.
Crowd are happy with that.
They most certainly are. And the thing is, if Hope takes a single here, it's Shrivastava on the last ball. A lot of pressure on someone who's only faced 3. Does Hope try to win it with this one? He's launched it high. There's a fielder under that. This should... It's 6. It's massive. It's crucial. It's a winning shot. Hope gets them home. It was close. It was so close. And there wasn't really much at all that Dylan Brasher could have done with that, I don't think. Let's have a look at this replay and what's been a fantastic match.
Got most of it, Brad Hope. Not great effort from Dylan Brasher out of the mid-wicket boundary.
Most certainly, and what a game it's been. 6 for 109, the CA11 finish. They win it with a ball to spare. Wow.
What a game of cricket, Miles. I think if you'd told us at the innings break that the CA11 would win by 4 wickets with 1 ball remaining, I don't think we would have believed it. Another brilliant game of cricket at DXC Arena.
And a firework finale that's fitting of the match we've seen. Take it in. Well, there you have it, a firework finale for what was a scintillating match. CA11 just too good in the end. It came right down to the wire from a team that never said die in NT Strike. I think it's fair to say Brad Hope takes man of the match honours. top scoring with 45 unbeaten and taken 2 for 18. We've got the scorecard here. It was Tom Andrews who top scored for NT Strike, 9 for 104. Dylan Brasher, 18. Anton Nuckby, 13 at the end. And Michael Kudra for 10 for 7. Mitchell Owen took 3 for 21. Toby Gray, 3 for 22. Bradley Hope, 2 for 18, and Corey Roccacelli, 1 for 23. In the chase, it was Corey Kelly who did the damage, 3 for 19, but Matthew Hammond, the captain, 2 for 18, and Tom Menzies, 1 for 14, as well as Tom Andrews at none for 21, bowling the final over. CA11, just too good. Well, what an opening we've had. Geordie Wright, the final word goes to you. What did you think of this match?
Cracking game of cricket at DXC Arena, Miles. It's been a pleasure to share it with you. I hope you enjoyed it at home, with the CA11 winning by 4 wickets.